You can also send a video message if you have any problems. Lin Han smiled at him and took the papers he handed over. He had not worn gloves for a long time, so Shen Shunan said with some surprise, "Your cleanliness issue is better." The gloves were entirely to avoid unintentional contact and to read the mind without the other party knowing either, but now because of the absence of this ability and being at home, those spare gloves were naturally useless. Lin Han nodded. Shen Shunan didn't stay long, and after confirming that Lin Han was feeling better, he planned to go back. And when he reached the foyer, he handed Lin Han the documents he came to deliver. Lin Han took it in his hand and touched Shen Shunan's little finger when he took it back. Originally, this was perfectly normal, and Lin Han didn't even care about it at first, but at this moment, he heard Shen Shunan's plan for work. Lin Han's finger stiffened for a moment. Shen Shunan didn't know what Lin Han was thinking and asked with concern, "What's wrong?" Lin Han quickly responded, "Nothing." Shen Shunan casually chatted with him for a couple of minutes and then left. The other was not someone who could hide secrets, so he said his work plan in passing, which was roughly the same as what Lin Han heard when he touched his finger just now. Maybe it was because his body had really gotten a lot better, or maybe his mood had brightened with the fever receding and he Yunting's not so perfect breakfast. But whatever the case, his mind-reading skills had returned. The author has something to say. It's coming. It's coming. It's really coming. I promise. It's the episode 1 super wanted to write. Chapter 61. Lin Han quickly accepted this fact after sending Shen Shunan away. He tidied the kitchen that He Yunting hadn't finished cleaning up, before habitually preparing Ger's lunch. He turned on the newscast for him, before returning to his room to work with the materials sent by Shen Shunan. Perhaps because his mental strength had been restored, he wasn't so tired when he started to work. After checking a new batch of mecha, he went back to the living room to see what the little one was doing. He Yunting was still appearing frequently in the news, as if last night's company was like a beautiful dream that would be shattered at the first poke. Because it was daytime and Lin Han's place was near the Imperial Military University, there were many students passing by at the moment, so it was quite lively. The place where He Yunting was standing was so ordinary that if he hadn't unintentionally glanced down, he would have missed it. Lin Han looked at his hands, and his inner thoughts became clearer and clearer. He heard a small sound coming from the living room, and turned his head to see that Ger had finished what he had prepared and was rolling into the container contentedly, his tail touching the edge with a crisp sound. On the news, He Yunting's face was magnified several times, and several people sitting in the virtual studio were commenting on something. Lin Han was worried that Ger was angry with He Yunting again, who had been here yesterday. And he was thinking of turning off the news first, as the little dumpling couldn't keep getting on He Yunting's nerves. He just turned his head, but found that, strangely, Ger didn't show hostility to He Yunting on the TV, just played with its fur, its black bean eyes still staring at the screen, looking to be in a good mood. Lin Han walked over with some doubts, leaned down and spread his palm, letting Ger jump onto his hand. The little guy was full of drink and food, so it yawned a little, ready to take a nap in Lin Han's hand comfortably. Lin Han hooked the corner of his mouth and asked in a small voice, "Don't you hate him the most?" Ger blinked and hardly reacted, curling up like usual. When it understood what Lin Han was talking about, it suddenly started acting unnatural. It carefully tucked its limbs away, even curling its little tail, completely shrinking into a ball, and even began to avoid Lin Han's gaze. "Why are you?" Lin Han didn't finish his sentence, like he understood something, and asked tentatively, "Did he say something to you yesterday?" Ger, of course, didn't speak. Just shrunk itself more into a ball, rolling in Lin Han's palm, as if refusing to answer the question. After another moment, Ger stretched out its limbs again and jumped at He Yunting's handsome face on the TV, all its fur drooping down, as if it was apologizing. The doubt in Lin Han's mind grew even more. He understood that Ger could understand what they said, but became a little lost due to the inability to communicate further. That meant that He Yunting must have said something to it. Lin Han raised his hand and gently stroked Ger's fur, soothing it to sleep without asking any further questions. When he was completely well, he would make a trip to the base. The reason He Yunting hurried back to the base without even saying goodbye was because the matter he asked Lu Anhei to check before finally came to light. During the time he and Lin Han were forced to stay in the border area, Lu Anhe was unable to go further because of his restricted movement, and only after he returned could he investigate deeper into his previous suspicions. And 2 days ago, Xu Xiong finally found He Yun-ting privately and explained his intention to come. Xu Xiong actually had no very clear political stance, and in the end, still had a reputation in the academic world, and wasn't interested in a group of old men bickering all day around a certain matter. The main peacemaker Zhang Lian was his best friend. And it was only because of their arguments that further research on the Burning Blood Omega was prevented. I know that now someone has restarted the research on this matter. Xu Xiong sounded anxious. Maybe the other party has made further moves. I heard that the general was once almost assassinated, Xu Xiong said. I shouldn't need to go into the details. He Yun-ting believed in Xu Xiong's words, but he didn't understand why he suddenly wanted to get involved in this matter. So what does Professor Xu mean? Xu Xiong had a hard time saying the next words. I will have a routine academic lecture at the Imperial Military University in a few days. But the problem is since 3 months ago, something's not quite right. It seems that someone's always watching me from the shadows, but not communicating with me directly, deliberately spreading the news of your almost successful assassination. He Yun-ting gave him an ice-cold glance and waited for him to continue. Due to my relationship with Mr. Zhang, it was impossible for them to approach me directly. But they made sure to let me know this fact. Xu Xiong's half-white hair flickered for a moment as he whispered, wanting me to see with my own eyes what I had stopped happening again without giving me a clue. He Yun-ting had no way of knowing how much effort Xu Xiong had expended to stop this research from continuing. He Yun-ting pondered for a moment. We can provide protection for you. And we can also cooperate with you in some investigations, He Yun-ting said. Xu Xiong showed a little joy. He Yun-ting added. But in exchange, I also have a subject that you need to pay attention to. He Yun-ting said. Xu Xiong froze for a moment. Not the one who tried to assassinate you, there's another one. He Yun-ting briefly recounted what happened that day. 3 shots were fired. But his body still didn't suffer too serious injuries. Xu Xiong's face turned white. Impossible. 3 years ago but soon he stopped himself. I understand. I will specially arrange a laboratory for you, and will secretly transport you there. You won't be discovered. He Yun-ting's tone was reassuring. Xu Xiong was silent for a moment, but finally agreed. But General, he paused. His back was still straight even when he was begging He Yun-ting, and the previous surprise was quickly put away, returning to his usual calmness. Seeing the poise of his youth, I request you. Do your best to stop this project. I know. And He Yun-ting came back this time also because of Xu Xiong. Xu Xiong's academic lecture was held as scheduled. He Yun-ting originally wanted to arrange a random person to follow him, but in the end, for the sake of caution, he chose to let Lu Anhe go ahead to protect him. Everything was well arranged, and Lu Anhe kept in touch with He Yun-ting in the dark. But accidents could happen in a flash. When Lu Anhe was about to leave the room and found a strange Omega trying to pounce on Xu Xiong, it was too late. When Lu Anhe cut off the communication, he only said one sentence. I will definitely guarantee his safety, and nothing else. Lin Han didn't know what had happened when he arrived at the base. Since very few people knew about the incident, the base wasn't the least bit different from usual. The people at the base were familiar with him, and because of his relationship with He Yun-ting and the things he had explained before, they understood that Lin Han was coming to get something, and no sergeant stopped him. Lin Han was still wondering why Lu Anhe was not there, but when he returned to the room he had reserved, he just opened the door and saw He Yun-ting with a cold face. He looked different than usual. In front of him was the stone that had been given to Lin Han as a birthday present, giving off the feeling like he had been staring at it for a long time. He Yun-ting's face was grave. Sitting alone in this room where Lin Han had briefly stayed, his gaze almost less angry when he cast it at him. After seeing that it was Lin Han who had arrived, He Yun-ting unexpectedly didn't call his name. Lin Han felt the difference in a moment, and with almost no other thought, he shook the other's hand. It was in that moment that he heard the entire story. Knowing the situation wasn't optimistic at this moment, as well as He Yun-ting's uncertainty that was different from the calm appearance. At the last moment, he finally heard the thoughts in He Yun-ting's heart. I can't even save my own adjutant. How can I dare to love him? General. Lin Han called him. He Yun-ting raised his eyes at the sound of his voice. his lips flattened. His hand remained on He Yunting's hand until he slowly let go when he heard the last sentence. Lin Han wanted to say a lot of things. The moment he raised his hand he saw He Yunting's military jacket, the jacket he had worn many times, and now there were wrinkles, as if He Yunting had really wandered for a long time, but there wasn't even a safe place he could talk about it, and he could only choose to sit here. So. It turns out that you also love me. Why won't you tell me? But when he faced He Yunting's face, he couldn't say anything. He could read He Yunting's weakness, but also his hesitation and uneasiness. There was no news about Lu Anhei, and apart from him, the only person who knew about this matter was Chi Jamu. He Yunting couldn't come out personally, while Chi Jamu went to the scene first, but only in the dark. Lin Han had just learned about these things. He took a few steps forward and slowly moved down with the hand that was originally placed on He Yunting. How could it be worse than now? There would be no more. All conspiracies were slowly unveiled in front of the two, as they passively endured. One refused to talk about it, and one had concerns. He Yunting. He Yunting, Lin Han opened his mouth, speaking calmly. Only the corners of his lips trembling slightly, giving away his completely opposite emotions at the moment. Lin Han's face was burning. He wanted to cry without reason since he met He Yunting, but he couldn't stop it. He didn't want to continue to spend time in the unwarranted self-suspicion and uncertainty. It wasn't just a matter of being capricious or not. Irresponsible or not. He was obviously also sad. So why couldn't he accompany him? The room Lin Han had previously lived in was well soundproofed, isolating the sound of the sergeant's training outside the door, giving him the illusion that there were only two people left in heaven and earth. Lin Han's eyes and the tip of his nose were sore, and his heart was flooded with a dull, soft pain. He Yunting, Lin Han called his name for the third time, trying to purse the corners of his mouth to keep his emotions from being too obvious. With just a blink, his tears fell again, and since it was all said and done, it was better to break the jar. You obviously treat me differently from everyone else. He Yunting's eyes had an emotion that could almost be considered as fragile. His eyes were deep but he remained silent. You obviously reacted to me the first time you saw me. You said I had beautiful eyes, that I was cute when I blushed and when I slept. You almost got stabbed at the ball, yet you still pushed me away right after, not wanting me to see that scene. You said you believed in me and you gave me the star just hoping I wouldn't be unhappy. Lin Han said all this while crying. His current appearance must be very unsightly, but he couldn't care about that. He only reached out his hand and very gently grabbed the ribbon of He Yunting's military uniform. Right. You also said that you wanted to tie my hands with the ribbon and blindfold me as well. The scene in front of Lin Han was all blurred, tears smeared his eyelashes, and his voice was tinged with sobs. But he still tried to look up at the man in front of him, remembering the nebula he had shown him, remembering his embrace, remembering his gentle but restrained mark. He Yunting looked like he froze. Not expecting at all that some of his earlier inner thoughts had really come out of Lin Han's mouth, word for word. Lin Han couldn't see the subtle expression on He Yunting's face, and seeing that He Yunting still didn't say anything, he got really disheartened. But still summoned up his greatest courage to get closer to He Yunting. He murmured softly at an extremely close distance, seemingly questioning. And seemingly just talking to himself. I'm standing right here, do you dare to love me? It seemed like a long time had passed, while it was only a moment at the same time. Lin Han's heart was relieved after finishing, although he still couldn't control his emotions. His chest rose and fell slightly, his fingers crumpled the front of He Yunting's clothes, and he didn't want to let go. He just kept holding on without any direct contact with the other's hands. He didn't want to know what He Yunting was thinking, and didn't even feel embarrassed, just felt relieved. And He Yunting let him grip it, not saying a word. His most trusted lieutenant was now either living or dead, and the man he begged for was standing in front of him, forcing him to ask why he was timid to this extent. He Yunting looked completely calm, his face returned to its usual indifference, before he lowered his eyebrows so that Lin Han couldn't peek into those blue eyes. He seemed to be waiting for Lin Han to calm down, but also not. The only sound left was Lin Han's unsteady breathing. The next second, He Yunting suddenly moved. He gently pushed Lin Han against the door, clasped him in his arms, then he closed his eyes and bit his red, trembling lips. The author has something to say, He Yunting has done it. Chapter 62. He Yunting usually gave the impression of being cold and rigid, with flat lips and an apathetic aura. But when he took action, he was almost reckless and impulsive, as if he had been holding back for a long time, until his love couldn't be hidden and overwhelmed the other. His tie was caught by Lin Han, half hanging. His clothes were no longer meticulous and wrinkle-free, and even now his movements had become fierce, but he still looked very handsome. And his eyebrows were furrowed with a strong and pathos of deep emotion. Everyone was proud of him. The news sang his praises all day long. He was like the sun that would never be dusted, always heroic and strong, never falling. But no one knew his fragility, no one thought that their son could also be sad, would also be in a deserted room, hesitating. Sinking in his heart, before having a calm and composed look. Lin Han wondered if he hadn't happened to come over. And He Yunting hadn't had the chance to say those words after such a bloody denial, would he have gotten such a response? People only loved the son. But they didn't care that even the son could be timid and uncertain in front of their lover. Lin Han was held so tightly by him for the first time that he didn't want to think about anything else for a while, only feel the other's breath from his nostrils and trembling lips. This was hardly a kiss. Because He Yunting was directly biting him, he bit Lin Han's lower lip. Since the action was too impatient, they even knocked teeth, but he didn't stop. He nibbled several times on his sweet lips before slowly trying to calm down, but because of the lack of rules, he was busy continuing to press his lips against Lin Han's. For a few seconds, he didn't continue to move. Lin Han was held by him against the door, and he even forgot to shed tears. His mind finally sorting out the current situation after a short blank. But he had just cried a little too hard, and even though he tried not to be embarrassed, the sobbing didn't stop immediately. So Lin Han's shoulders rose and fell very lightly because of the sobbing, as their soft lips brushed against each other's, brushing against He Yunting's chin. He Yunting then moved away a little like he was just waking up from a dream. The two of them stared at each other. Lin Han saw his own face in He Yunting's blue eyes. He now looked a little stupid, the corners of his eyes and cheeks were covered in tear marks. And Omega's body was already more delicate than normal, and his lower lip became more red than the surrounding color because it was bit by He Yunting. Lin Han blinked and held his breath. He didn't repeat the question he had just asked. Perhaps he had already learned the answer from He Yunting's actions, perhaps the sadness in the other man's eyes was so heavy that Lin Han couldn't even say anything. He wasn't unwilling to love him. Nor was he unwilling to kiss him. Lin Han's heart was pinched hard, as he, at this moment, understood all the other's uneasiness and hesitation. He obediently didn't struggle, only reached out and wrapped his hand around the other's back, comforting him as they had done during their first embrace. "Don't cry," He Yunting finally spoke. His voice was deeper than the night, dry and low. "I'm sorry." Lin Han's arm hugging him paused for a moment, then added some strength. Even now, He Yunting was still apologizing to him. Even though Lin Han was almost brutally unreasonable in saying what was once on the other's mind, even though He Yunting didn't do anything wrong at all, he still wasn't confident and was apologizing to Lin Han. He Yunting was confident and conceited on many occasions, but became humble and cautious when facing him. Lin Han didn't know what He Yunting had been through all these years to become what he was now, keeping all his emotions in his heart. Deep inside, he never owed anyone, but in the end he couldn't even have love. Lin Han really wanted to cry. And the more intense emotions, the more they were suppressing the tear glands, making him just look at He Yunting. Unwilling to even shed a tear. "You don't have to be sorry," he said in a shaky voice, "but I want you to love me." His eyelashes were still stained with half-dried tears, clinging together in a sticky mess, but his eyes were as beautiful as they had been when they first met. He Yunting, Lin Han called his name. Reaching out to feel the warmth of the other man's embrace and resting his head on his shoulder, his voice soft. "You have me. Don't be afraid," he said. "You can kiss me, it's okay." After hearing that, He Yunting's tense emotions completely relaxed, but he was still silent. He held Lin Han's hands with a little more force, suspended him in the air, and then resealed their lips. This time, He Yunting finally understood how to do it. His lips were a little dry, almost a little rough to kiss. His hands were hot and fast as he pinched Lin Han's waist, no longer recklessly sucking and biting. After a short time of their lips being together, there was further action. Lin Han was actually nervous, but still tried hard to respond to him. And even cooperated by taking the initiative to part his lips and inviting the other to kiss him. His lips and tongue were very sweet. And even the breath when the tips of his nose were touched was with a hazy aroma. He was born to be loved. No need to be locked in a glass room, he was a perfect and sweet treasure in itself. Soon He Yun-ting was getting better at his guidance, finding a response that belonged only to him in the depth and exploration, like an unspoken secret between them. Lin Han's lips were brimming with saliva from He Yun-ting's kisses, and the corners of his eyes were still red. He Yun-ting moved upwards without any help, licking away his tears bit by bit, and then going slowly downwards, licking and kissing his Adam's apple. Lin Han's skin was delicate and white, as if a gentle pinch could leave a red mark engraved with the other's name. And Lin Han gave into all his greedy movements, allowing him to have his way. And even sometimes tightened his arms around him encouragingly, only to let out an inaudible, pleading whimper or two when the kiss was almost too much to bear. By the time they both recovered, Lin Han had been carried away from the doorway by He Yun-ting and pressed into the bed a short distance away. There was some kind of reaction surging between them. And although He Yun-ting wasn't as embarrassed as he had been in the mecha before, he was still a little uncomfortable, too tempted by the person in front of him to let go. Lin Han was aware. He even smelled a little bit of very faint ebony pheromone. He seemed to have seen through it all, and even though still a little shy, he didn't deliberately resist. He Yun-ting was suffering too much, Lin Han just wanted to hold him like this. As long as he could stay with him, as long as he could give him love, then kissing and making love was no more than natural. As long as the other man wanted it, he would give him his everything. The other man carried him over with a little too much movement. Lin Han was pinned to the bed and kissed, and now his shirt was in disarray, two of his buttons had been undone at some point, and his soft skin was blindingly white, with stars of light red on top of a snowy white. He Yun-ting finally stopped. He slowly got up from the bed, half kneeling on the edge of the bed, his chest gasping for air as he looked at Lin Han. He knew Lin Han wouldn't refuse him, but no matter what, now was not the time. Lin Han didn't say anything more and understood He Yun-ting's thoughts, but he still stretched out his hand and pulled He Yun-ting towards himself. He Yun-ting was stunned for a moment and pressed back against Lin Han. Their heartbeats overlapped, but they didn't move any further. Lin Han patted him on the back to comfort him. "If you still have any worries, embrace me." He Yun-ting, Lin Han said in his ear as he wrapped his arms around his neck, "I also want to say I'm sorry. I'm really a mind reader, I wasn't lying to you." Now that they've opened up to each other, there was nothing more to hide. Lin Han's voice was soft, with a little bit of hoarseness after crying, as he told He Yun-ting all about himself. "That's why I was a little defensive when you came to the institute." Lin Han said, "The reason why I wore gloves was also because of this." The same goes for Wen Tian Yao. Lin Han recounted to He Yun-ting about meeting the other person at the mecha library that day. "I heard him trying to use me to get to you. And that's why I told you about it." He Yun-ting nodded and listened quietly. "It wasn't anything else at the time, I just thought you were a bit weird." Lin Han weighed his words. "I didn't expect you to be so different from what you seem to be." He Yun-ting buried himself in the nape of Lin Han's neck and wiped the corner of his lips, gesturing for him to continue. "I also apologize for touching your hand because sometimes I do want to know what you're talking about." Lin Han was a little nervous when he said that, but then in the border area, my mind reading went away. Now I think the reason was because of excessive mental energy consumption, Lin Han recalled, and a few days ago, when you came to me, it hadn't recovered even by then. Lin Han's face burned a little when he thought of his fever that day, and he couldn't help but ask, "Did I say anything that day?" "I fell asleep later and couldn't remember." He Yun-ting's lips twitched and subconsciously said, "No. Tilda called me a coward." Tilda. Lin Han put his hand on He Yun-ting's hand and quickly let go of it, after hearing these words. He couldn't help but laugh a little. "Actually, I'm a coward too." When He Yun-ting heard these words, he realized that his mind had just been read again. "I'm sorry." Lin Han apologized first. "If you don't want me to hear you in the future, just tell me and I'll put on my gloves in advance." "No need." He Yun-ting returned quickly this time. "No need to wear them." He lifted his head from Lin Han, took the initiative to put his hand in front of him and asked, "Then Mr. Lin knows what I'm thinking right now." Lin Han thought for a moment and said, "Don't call me Mr. Lin." He Yunting said, "Okay. Then I'll say it." A few moments later, he said, "Lin Han," He Yunting said in a low tone, with full depth of feeling, putting his hand up and saying, "I love you. Tilde I love you. Tilde tilde I love you. Tilde tilde I love you. Tilde." He looked into the other man's eyes, his thoughts and words overlapping, and kept saying to him, "I love you, I love you, I love you." Lin Han felt like he was about to cry again. When he was finally on the verge of shedding tears, he was kissed again by He Yunting. He was still holding his hand. So those confessions weren't prevented from being pronounced just because they were sealed by his lips and tongue. They struck his heart one after the other, bringing tremors. "Tilde I love you. Tilde. I love you." He Yunting's kiss this time carried full possessiveness and wasn't gentle. But at the end of the kiss, there was a very different kind of tenderness that was the opposite of that. This tenderness turned into a mist that coalesced into water droplets, which then gently fell on his heart. Chapter 63. In the end, Lin Han couldn't even remember how many times the other said, "I love you," and couldn't tell if it came from between his kisses, or through his rejuvenated hands directly into his heart. He only remembered He Yunting's fingertips wiping the corners of his lips, and the embrace that wanted to rub him into his body. He could finally embrace him without any excuse, either to comfort, to caress, or for no reason at all, as long as he wanted to. Lin Han finally stopped crying, and there were still nutrients and water in his room, so He Yunting got up to get them for him, handing it over. The large dose of nutrients in the past few days had made Lin Han disgusted at the sight of the packaging. He didn't eat it the previous few days because of a stubborn streak, unwilling to be dragged down by his body, plus the fact that he later recovered his mind-reading skills, he had been holding back on eating. Lin Han frowned. Without knowing the reason, he now suddenly was very repulsive toward nutrients. He first drank water, blinking his eyes, then focused on He Yunting. Just now He Yunting kissed him too hard, and Lin Han's original two open buttons now looked more messy. The Omega's body couldn't withstand the fiddling, his lips looked more red and plump, and his eyes were only on He Yunting's figure. The two had just taken a slight break from the previous atmosphere, and at the moment both were surrounded by ambiguous embarrassment. Lin Han, in order to relieve this awkwardness, sat on the edge of the bed and took small sips of water, but still couldn't hold back and had to look at He Yunting when he took a sip. He finished half a glass of water, and didn't want to take the nutrition immediately, so he had to helplessly look up again, wanting to say something. But He Yunting noticed his movement and took the water cup out of his hand and put it aside before approaching Lin Han again, looking down at him for a while and then taking him into his arms again. In this position, Lin Han pressed his side against He Yunting's chest, listening to the undisguised heaving vibrations within the other's chest cavity. He Yunting freed a hand to gently caress Lin Han's ear, caressing his earlobe with little purpose, then immediately letting go. Even if it was only for a moment, Lin Han could read his concerns. "He'll be fine," Lin Han said, "I'll wait with you for news." He Yunting was silent for a while before saying, "I know he will be fine protecting himself, but I don't know." "Do you mean Professor Shu?" Lin Han asked after thinking about it. He Yunting didn't deny it. Lin Han didn't know how to comfort him, he could only hug him. After all, he just heard a general idea, so some details weren't quite clear. "If you don't mind, you can tell me." Lin Han liked to listen to Xu Xiang's lectures when he was in college, he seemed to be quite noble and only absorbed in his own research. But if a student was willing to have a discussion with him, he would also take a lot of time to answer questions. However, Lin Han, with different majors, just sat in the back row and listened to the lecture every time, and left when it was over, without trying to ask any questions. He didn't expect Xu Xiang to remember him, and he even took the initiative to greet and shake hands with him, so Lin Han was a bit flattered. Lin Han once admired Xu Xiang's academic thinking and friendly attitude. He didn't seem to be anxious or angry about anything, except this time. Because only a very few people knew about this. And Qi Jiamu could participate also because He Yunting had promised to give Qi Jiazi a charge that wouldn't be enough to kill him, before releasing the news that Qi Jiazi had been executed by him, and then sending him secretly to Xu Xiang's place through Lu Anhei to see if he would get better. And if something happened to Xu Xiang, Then it was likely that the rest of the plan would be disrupted. Wen Tianyao is obviously just being pushed out by Luo Qi to block the bullet. I read him more than once when he was on the battleship, and he's really unaware of the current situation. Lin Han recalled for a moment before telling He Yunting, and because there was no other suspicion at the time, I didn't reach out to touch the others. But from the information He Yunting gathered in the past few days, all traces were wiped clean. And the Zerg really seemed to be just an accident. After returning the equipment, the sergeant acquiesced to receive punishment, and willingly accepted all inquiries, but ultimately failed to point out who changed the group's arsenal, and who was able to conceal the truth and go to great lengths to send Qi Jiazi to the warship. But at the moment, it seemed that all the accidents pointed to He Yunting alone. They didn't care that the son of the empire was destroyed in their hands, they only thought of using various methods, whether it was Zerg burning blood, or cutting off the rescue, to not let He Yunting come back. Considering it from that angle, along with the kidnapping of Xu Ziyang, the research on burning blood could be taken to the next level, and the other side's plan would be even more perfect, if Xu Ziyang was willing to work for them. If it wasn't necessary, or if something really happened to Lu Anhe, He Yunting couldn't always show up in person. "I'll wait with you," Lin Han repeated. He Yunting answered, but didn't let go of the hand holding Lin Han. Both of them were first-time lovers, neither had any experience, but at this moment, both instinctively wanted to be closer to each other, and would stick to each other. Lin Han was a little embarrassed, but he really couldn't let go of the warmth of the moment. His thoughts were still racing. When a moment later he grabbed the corner of He Yunting's coat, "Do you remember that deputy named Shi Yuan?" Wen Tianyao was good at saving face and loved pomp and circumstance. The previous so-called public sentiment was only to package his own pro-people image. Therefore, it was common to have people following him around. Shi Yuan was one of the people who were following him for a long time. He was low profile, silent, but sharp. So he had Wen Tianyao's trust. "Does he have problems?" Lin Han looked up and asked him. "I've checked," He Yunting replied. "Since we left the warship, Lu Anhe has been watching him, and from the time he returned to the Empire until now, there was nothing special about his movements. He's helping Wen Tianyao. And he seems normal." He Yunting's tone shifted a bit. "Of course. Some places involving the Crown Prince really can't be investigated in detail, so we can't completely rule out suspicions." Lin Han found a breakthrough. "In that case, let me help you." He looked into He Yunting's eyes, his tone was sincere. As if he was afraid that he wouldn't agree, with a hint of pleading. "I'll just shake their hands and tell you what I hear, okay?" He Yunting looked at him with downcast eyes and suddenly said something that had nothing to do with the present. "Lin Han, you haven't drunk your nutrients yet." Lin Han's expression froze for a moment, looking at the package in his hand that gave him a headache. In fact, if he forced himself to drink it, it would be over. At most he would be uncomfortable for a bit. But since the two had just gotten together, Lin Han suddenly remembered when he wanted to hold He Yunting's hand before. He wanted to be uncharacteristically capricious again. "I don't want to drink it." Lin Han tentatively tugged at the other man's shirt with his fingers and raised his eyes into his again. "I've been drinking it for many days. Or in extra doses. And it's especially hard to drink." Lin Han saw that He Yunting didn't speak, so he carefully added another sentence. "Really?" He Yunting was just about to speak when his communicator rang. Almost instantly, He Yunting's back straightened reflexively, and the corners of his mouth became cold and flat as usual, the warm atmosphere dissipating for the most part. Lin Han looked at his icy face as he pressed connect. "Boss. It's me." The moment Lu Anhe opened his mouth, Lin Han saw He Yunting's originally tense shoulders finally slacken a little. "Professor Shu is fine." Lu Anhe briefly and concisely reported the situation, that Omega is not the same as Qi Jiazi. There was a slight fluctuation in his tone, as if he remembered the appearance of Qi Jiazi when he was shot 3 times in a row at close range and his pupils mutated. "It's a little harder to deal with than the average burning blood, but not as tricky as him." Lu Anhe said. "The execution was carried out without incident. The other side didn't find out my identity, and I have sent Professor Shu back to a safe place. The only problem is that I couldn't reach Qi Jiamu because I cut off communication just now. Probably because he had a good feeling about Qi Jiamu sacrificing his life to bring He Yunting back from the border area, and because his strength was really reassuring." Lu Anhe added. But I believe that even if he had arrived at the scene and saw that Professor Shu was already safe, he would have returned in time and nothing would have happened. Neither was hurt. I was trying to block for Professor Shu, but he pushed me and rolled to the ground, so we both dodged. Lu Anhei's side was quiet. Sounding like he was in Xu Xiong's private research room. He seemed to say something to Xu Xiong. And Lin Han heard that the other party didn't sound too panicked even after the incident, and remained calm. Thanking Lu Anhei finished the report. And then routinely told He Yun-ting some other precautions, and to ensure the safety of Xu Xiong, and that he could temporarily only return to the base after 3 days. He Yun-ting replied with 2 sentences, then cut off the communication. Lin Han reached out and touched He Yun-ting's neck, feeling his mood finally easing, before saying, "It's okay, Lu Anhei is okay, and so is Professor Shu. I've come into contact with Qi Jiamu many times during his previous practical training, he's very smart and will come back safely." Lin Han said. He Yun-ting gave a as if he had relaxed a bit, and raised his hand again, continuing the position where he was hugging Lin Han. But after a few seconds, he recalled the issue that was left hanging in the air: you didn't drink the nutrient. Lin Han didn't expect him to continue where he left off, as he opened his mouth and continued to look reluctantly at the thing in his hand. After He Yun-ting learned that Lu Anhei was safe, that capricious mood Lin Han had resurfaced. He wrinkled his nose a little and tried to persist. He Yun-ting, I don't want to drink this. He came a little closer and softened his voice like he was talking to Ger, but with a tone that could be described as petulant. Okay. Lin Han felt He Yun-ting freeze. No one had ever dared to talk to He Yun-ting like that, and he knew that it was an unreasonable request in light of his body and mental strength, plus Lin Han's physique was already bad. So nutrients were a necessity. If another person spoke to him like that, he would have only swept a glance indifferently and not even bothered to talk. After all, he didn't need this kind of time-wasting conversation at all, and would just force others to do it. Okay. Lin Han saw that he didn't move, and was emboldened further, repeating himself. He Yun-ting didn't move for a full half-minute. After a while, he spoke stiffly and said, "No." Oh, Lin Han was a bit lost, but he didn't care too much. After all, he still had to drink the nutrition, and he just suddenly wanted to say that. He wanly handed the nutrient to He Yun-ting. "Then you can open it for me." After all, He Yun-ting had always taken the initiative to help him screw it open before handing it over. Lin Han couldn't tell what kind of mentality he was in. He just thought that since he couldn't escape this disaster, he must find another way to get something from it. He didn't know whether this kind of thinking was good or bad, but he didn't want to think about it right now. This time He Yun-ting finally didn't refuse and obediently took it. Lin Han didn't look up, and was waiting for He Yun-ting to return the nutrient to him after opening it, when he suddenly felt an almost scalding breath leaning over. The next second, his lips and tongue were sealed, and He Yun-ting, with his most hated nutrient in his mouth, held his face and leaned down to kiss him. Chapter 64. As it turned out, nutrients didn't get any tastier with a kiss. But Lin Han couldn't struggle, and He Yun-ting didn't need his guidance this time, his fingers holding his chin so that he had to slightly tilt his head up, then forcibly pry open his teeth and ferry the semi-thick liquid into his mouth. MMNH, Lin Han mumbled twice. His hands hooked around the other man's back and patted it subconsciously, but it didn't stop him from moving. Instead, he pressed deeper and harder, tightly against his lips, so that, whether it was a plea for mercy, nutrients, or anything else, it couldn't leak out and had to be swallowed in full. Lin Han was nervous and in pain, even though it wasn't the first time they kissed. He couldn't help but feel his heart pounding as soon as the other man came up to him, and in pain because this stuff really didn't taste good, but He Yun-ting's tongue kept pushing the nutrient over. He Yun-ting was really serious about feeding him the nutrient. This time he took most of the tube in one mouthful, feeding it all in little by little, carefully and gradually. And only after making sure there was nothing else in Lin Han's mouth did he slowly move away. He reached out and pressed the corner of his lips, preparing to swallow the remaining small half of the tube that way. Lin Han, keenly aware of He Yun-ting's thoughts, hurriedly snatched the nutritional supplement from his hand, and said with concern, "I'll drink it, I'll drink it, I'll drink it by myself." Then frowned and quickly solved the remaining half of the tube, and also showed He Yunting the empty packaging to prove that his words were true. He Yunting also properly checked to make sure there was nothing left before getting back up and helping Lin Han get a glass of water, throwing away the empty nutrients for him. And sitting back down next to him, He Yunting raised his hand. And just when Lin Han's heart was alarmed about what he was going to do, he started to button Lin Han's shirt one by one. And then he fixed the shirt on his chest and the wrinkles on his collar for him without slowing down. He wasn't the one who cherished time like gold now, he just wanted to simply spend some time with him, that was all. Lin Han went back to the days when he used time as a pointless commodity, but now, placed into the present, He Yunting would devote all his time on him, watching him everywhere he went, not wanting to delay for a moment, not parting for a moment. The people of the empire only knew that the general was brave and steadfast, but always cold and unapproachable. And looked very hard to talk to. Only Lin Han knew many details about He Yunting, and all the matters of his heart. You're the sun for all people, but only shed a gentle warm light on me. You have to drink the nutrients. He Yunting didn't know what he was thinking, and Mr. General gave a dry cough as he said this with a straight face. Lin Han gave him an eerie look. This way did work, but, to be honest, it was completely unlike He Yunting's style. When this guy invited himself, he either used the excuse that Lu Anhei's mecha was broken or that it was for the glory of the empire, but after being together, this skill of his actually skyrocketed, and if Lin Han wasn't still able to read minds, he would almost think that He Yunting was a different person. But He Yunting thought that there was nothing wrong with doing so, and even turned his head sideways and locked eyes with Lin Han. Lin Han's heart moved and grabbed He Yunting's finger. If he still doesn't want to drink later, this is the only way to go. Lin Han raised his eyebrows and looked up at him. He Yunting gave him a look and also squarely let him hold it, the voice of his mind not concealed at all. If this is the case, combined with the dosage, I'll need to be prepared to do it more than once per day. Lin Han. After all, this way, more or less, you'll eat a little. I won't let this affect your daily dose. Lin Han. Quote. He looked at He Yunting's frank face and twitched the corner of his mouth, thank you. But there's no need to consider consumption and dosage. He Yunting's expression didn't change much, I should. He really had no other selfishness. Feeding nutrients with a deep kiss to ease his worry since Lin Han wasn't willing to drink it. Lin Han drew his hand back, feeling at a loss on what expression he should make. When he finally registered in his mind what this man had done and what was on his mind during these few minutes, he still couldn't help but laugh out loud. I sometimes don't know if you're really stupid. He Yunting didn't answer the question, but he didn't seem to be offended by Lin Han's comment either. Lin Han previously felt that he couldn't even read He Yunting with his mind-reading skills, but now he felt that this person was actually so transparent that he could grasp all his emotions. It was just that he was never willing to talk about it. Lin Han's lips curved a little higher, knowing that there were still too many things waiting for He Yunting, so he reverted to the topic just now, regarding the matter of Shi Yuan, think about it. Or more directly, I can find a chance to contact Luo Qi. Before He Yunting said anything, Lin Han thought about it and added, to see if I can hear anything useful. Surprisingly, He Yunting quickly dismissed Lin Han's idea of contacting Luo Qi, no way. Shi Yuan was fine, after all. He was with the crown prince. And Wen Tian Yao was a person who valued his personal image so much that he wouldn't have any problems with general socializing. Luo Qi though, he wasn't sure of his ultimate purpose. Xu Xiang could even directly strike. Although Lin Han currently didn't seem to be associated with these events, there was no guarantee that these madmen wouldn't strike without warning in the next moment, and ultimately cause any irreparable situation. Lin Han quickly understood He Yunting's concern, remembering his own physique and mental power, and remembering Xu Xiang and Lu Anhei, who had just gotten out of danger. Are you afraid that they will use me for burning blood experiments without saying anything? He Yunting didn't answer. But the change of expression on his face told Lin Han the answer. He Yunting took a while before answering, anyway. Shi Yuan is fine, Luo Qi is a no. Lin Han looked at He Yunting and said, but you'd be there. His eyes were very bright, dark pupils without the slightest impurity, the tip of his nose was glistening, his lips looked sweet and delicious. looking at He Yun-ting with a kind of concentration and certainty of innocence. He wasn't unaware of the world. Nor was he unaware of the dangers, but it seemed that as long as he was there, he wasn't afraid of anything. He Yun-ting still didn't agree, and Lin Han inexplicably decided that in this matter, even if he pouted, it was useless, he wouldn't agree. Okay, Lin Han said with some regret, then when Tian Yao comes to you again, remember to call me. He really wanted to help He Yun-ting with something, but He Yun-ting was used to facing these things alone. How far can you generally read a mind? He Yun-ting suddenly asked. Lin Han recalled the first time he heard the voice of his mind when he had this ability, and the first time he met with He Yun-ting the other person's subconscious, and the almost graphic memories of when he hugged him apprehensively after Ji Meng's accident. Usually it's that moment's thoughts. And if the other person has few distractions, then I can read his subconscious that he doesn't necessarily understand. Lin Han recalled He Yun-ting's startling, hard, remark from before. With that distracting memory, his face floated with a trace of embarrassment, but he quickly suppressed it. But if it's more times, I could empathize with them. He could read the uncertainty and guilt in He Yun-ting's heart, see the tombstone he had carved in his heart for the dead sergeant, and also when he came to the base to find him after his ability was restored, he only grabbed his hand for a while and probably knew the cause and effect of the incident. Lin Han finished looking at him. He Yun-ting's eyes obviously sank for a moment after hearing Lin Han's words, and only after a moment did he reopen his mouth. So I'm a coward. He didn't expect He Yun-ting to admit it this time. I'm afraid of many things. You can read me. Read the burning love and deep affection in his heart, but also read his worries and fears when he was alone in the room. Originally the two should be more carefree after being together, but He Yun-ting was the opposite of this. Obviously. When leaving the battleship, he could say such sure words, but now it was like he started worrying about everything, afraid that Lin Han would suffer even a little bit of harm. Lin Han's heart was suddenly gripped. He put a hand over He Yun-ting's, and He Yun-ting interlocked their fingers, and he could hear He Yun-ting's unease. Mr. Lin isn't timid at all. He Yun-ting didn't seem to be instantly accustomed to calling his name directly, and at this moment his tone sank at those thoughts. If it weren't for you, I might not have said it for a long time. Lin Han's fingers clenched a little tighter. I thought that only that Kajar could hear the confession. Lin Han blinked. You took advantage of me in my sleep. What did you say to Ger while I was sleeping? No wonder Ger wasn't so repulsed towards He Yun-ting when he woke up the next day and watched the news. Instead, He Yun-ting took the initiative to pull his hand out this time and said, the same as what I said to you earlier. Lin Han felt for the first time that it was such a pity that he couldn't read the mind of the oddbound creature. You're really... He Yun-ting stood up again. I apologized to him and said I didn't bully Mr. Lin. Why are you calling me Mr. Lin again? Lin Han pointed it out. Just call me by my first name. Oh, He Yun-ting didn't respond quickly this time. Okay. Lin Han felt that He Yun-ting was sometimes stupid, and just as he was about to nod, he heard He Yun-ting say, but everyone else also calls you Lin Han. So, that's not different from Mr. Lin. Lin Han finally couldn't stop glaring at him. When he grabbed his hand and forced him to confess, when he wanted him to take his nutrients, he held it in his mouth and then came up to kiss him, which he also learned by himself. Lin Han almost thought that He Yun-ting was about to get rid of his mumbling and clumsiness in love and run to the next stage. The so-called mastery was just a flash of light. He was still the same dumb as a stone most of the time, the universe's straight alpha. A moment later, He Yun-ting suddenly opened his mouth. Han Han. His voice was already low. But when Lin Han's mother had called him by this nickname before, she had clearly carried a more doting and soft tone. He Yun-ting called it seriously. And although his tone sounded hard and even a bit like an order or something, it really wasn't quite the right word for him to say, so it sounded awkward. Lin Han hadn't heard these two words for a long time. Now once he heard them, his face suddenly turned red. He couldn't help but step forward to cover He Yun-ting's mouth. Okay. Okay. You can call me whatever you want. Chapter 65. The two of them couldn't stay in such a small room for too long since Lin Han had to pack up his things and go back to the institute the next day to resume work. Lin Han was held down on the bed by He Yun-ting and wasn't allowed to move. He watched him stuff a bunch of nutrition supplements for him in addition to the things he wanted to bring back. The corners of his mouth stiffened. But he still didn't stop him. Finally He Yun-ting picked up the unattractive stone and asked Lin Han, "Where do you want to put this?" This stone was Lin Han's purpose for coming here, but he didn't have the heart to say so, and held out his hand, "Put it in my pocket." He Yun-ting obediently did as he was told, and when he saw Lin Han put the star away with great care, he said, "If you like it so much, I'll bring you another next time." Lin Han shook his head, "No. I don't need it." He Yun-ting seemed to be puzzled, wondering why Lin Han found this thing so precious, and didn't want more. Lin Han, on the other hand, recognized the reality that sometimes it was useless to explain this to him, and just lazily held out his hand to He Yun-ting and said the same thing he had said many times, "Pull me up." The other man naturally obeyed, but when their hands touched, Lin Han still heard the doubts in He Yun-ting's mind. Why is he different from a few hours ago? After drinking the nutrients, he shouldn't have lost his strength. Lin Han cried and laughed. Tilted his head and tapped the other's forehead with his finger, "He Yun-ting. You're really an airhead. But he looks good when he smiles." Lin Han heard this, and shut his mouth again, "Forget it. Just pretend I never said it." Obviously dumb. But he blushed because of the straightforward voice from his mind. This was probably what made him different from everyone else, Lin Han thought. He suddenly wondered what kind of person he was when they hadn't met. Lin Han asked, "He Yun-ting, what did you look like when you were studying?" He Yun-ting should have been several grades above him, but even if Lin Han studied later in his field of study, it wasn't very likely that the two of them would even cross paths on campus. This idea made Lin Han a little regretful. He wondered what He Yun-ting was like at that time. Was he any different from now? Maybe he wasn't talking so little, and maybe the coldness between his eyebrows wasn't as strong. Lin Han thought. Was he the same as now, not talking to anyone? He Yun-ting looked as if he was in a rare trance, like he was trying to remember something, but soon he quieted down again. "I forgot." Lin Han knew that He Yun-ting had been outstanding since he was a teenager, and that he had gone all the way to the present, and must have experienced a lot of difficulties that no one else would dare to think about. He just didn't expect him to say it so lightly, as if it wasn't worth mentioning at all, really. He Yun-ting. Although the expression on his face didn't change much, his tone was still sincere. "I really forgot." Lin Han remembered that when they first met, Wen Tianyao had to find an excuse to celebrate He Yun-ting's birthday, but the other didn't even seem to remember it. At that time, Lin Han was curious as to why He Yun-ting had no memory of his own birthday. But remembering the memory of their awkward dance that day, Lin Han couldn't help but cough twice and said, "He Yun-ting. Do you only remember what you want to remember?" Lin Han asked him, "Those things that don't seem important to you, don't need to be stored in your head." He Yun-ting turned his head to look at him, as if he didn't understand why Lin Han had such doubts. But he still answered him seriously, "No. I didn't deliberately categorize what was important and what wasn't," he said, "it's just that these things really don't seem to exist in my memory." Lin Han looked at him with wide eyes, and suddenly felt some heartache. Maybe He Yun-ting from those days was really boring and tedious, so much so that even remembering it was troublesome. After all, there were so many people in the empire, but only he had come here one step at a time. Lin Han then stopped asking questions and went up and gave him a hug. "I understand. It doesn't matter if you don't remember, you have me now," he whispered in He Yun-ting's ear. Lin Han was glad that he recklessly said those words before, otherwise he wouldn't be able to hug him as much as he wanted to. Maybe now he would still be politely maintaining a social distance with He Yun-ting. Whether He Yun-ting was a coward or not, it didn't matter. When he thought of this, he was happy again. However, He Yun-ting didn't know these thoughts in his mind and asked Lin Han about his plans for the next few days. "I want to go back to the research institute to finish the documents I started. Before I left, the institute was designing a new batch of mecha, and I can't be absent all the time." Lin Han said, "I'll take another free day and take Gur out for a stroll." Many people in the empire had a keen interest in certain new creatures, and a special zoo had even been established in the Q district, attracting many children and young people who had never been outside the M galaxy. He Yun-ting didn't oppose this decision of his, and after reconfirming with Lu Anhei about safety and the follow-up arrangements, he said to Lin Han, "Then I will send you back." Ger had recently developed a good routine and tried to keep up with Lin Han, so that he wouldn't accidentally bump into here and there and wake Lin Han up in the middle of the night when he was bored and wandering around. During this period of time, Ger finally picked out his favorite food, and no longer hesitated to go to the food he saw before, but trusted the food Lin Han gave him 100%, and ate happily and satisfactorily every day. Lin Han also found that this little thing was very inquisitive. Besides eating and sleeping under the blanket, its favorite thing was to listen to the news and watch TV. Not only was it fond of the daily Imperial broadcast, but it also liked some strange serials and variety shows. The holographic display in the house was originally fingerprint gesture touch, but after Ger arrived, Lin Han specially re-imported a program to place the projection switch button on the living room wall, and installed a soft pad to prevent bruising. A position that Ger could reach by bouncing. So Lin Han often saw the little guy jumping around the wall, using its hairy body to hit the button on the cushion, hitting it once to change the channel, the only problem being Ger's picky taste. Sometimes it hit it a dozen times before it would pick its favorite TV content. Recently, it seemed to have fallen in love with a certain national actor who was a household name in the Empire, turning on the screen at regular intervals every day and dragging its blanket over to watch it with pleasure. When Lin Han and He Yun Ting came home, it was still watching TV. This was an actor's debut fame, about a bloodthirsty and poignant love story. A strong Omega playing the protagonist who was married but was possessive and was unmarked by his strong Alpha. Although he was happy with his marriage partner, the Alpha didn't love him. The Omega, while bearing the humiliation, and holding his successful career, finally gained his freedom in exchange for the Alpha's repentance. Unfortunately, the Omega's glands had become more and more vulnerable due to the Alpha's uncontrolled demands and eventually couldn't even bear a mark. There was no such thing as a white moonlight. Who he loved had always been this Omega, but his heart refused to admit it. The TV screen was showing the actor playing the Omega with a cold and relieved face, with only the desirelessness in his eyes after the fire of love was extinguished, speaking to the mournful Alpha in front of him, "You can't bite me. My body has long been full of your pheromones. No matter where I go, anyone can smell your imprint." The Alpha just wanted to take a step closer, but the Omega tensed his body, and subconsciously feared him, as if each previous approach to him was torture. But the Omega's tone remained firm, "But even so, you won't be able to make me love you even a little bit." Lin Han walked over and picked up the small thing shivering in the blanket, and wiped the fur around its eyes with his fingers, feeling a bit of dampness, crying. The little guy didn't say anything, just rubbed against Lin Han's palm. It was wet. On the TV, the Alpha was almost on his knees in front of the lean boy, but still couldn't get any response from the other. The previous ones were submissive and catered to his body, all Omega were blazing and humbled by sincerity. And he now had nothing. A sad background music began to play. The Omega's voice trembled, "Jia Zi. I'll let you go, so let me go." Lin Han was a bit amused. Many years ago, this drama earned a lot of tears, but now this kind of drama was basically obsolete in the Empire, everyone was immune to it. And only creatures like Ger were still truly immersed in it. "Okay. Okay. It's okay." Lin Han's voice softened, half coaxing. "Don't cry. I'll let you watch an extra hour tonight." The little black dumpling seemed to be in a better mood, but it was still very upset about the current episode, which had already finished, its beady eyes staring at the monitor. Lin Han sometimes couldn't fully understand what Ger was thinking, as he stroked its soft fur all over to soothe it. After a while, Ger jumped down from Lin Han's hand and was just about to drink water when he saw a pair of military boots that didn't belong here. He Yun Ting also looked down at it, his face expressionless. After all, Ger had recently watched a lot of such dramas and thought he understood some human emotions, plus He Yun Ting previously apologized to it while Lin Han was sleeping. He understood that this man didn't want to hurt Lin Han, but loved him. As a generous fluff, it decided to take the initiative to show goodwill. Ger wagged its tail and chirped. It saw He Yun Ting raise his eyebrows. Lin Han saw that one person and one ball were getting along quite well, so he came over and gave Ger a pet to encourage him, and said to He Yun Ting, "He's not hostile to you anymore." Satisfied, Ger tried to nod, but since it was a ball itself, it could only roll around on the ground as a reply. "Can you also hear what it is saying?" He Yun Ting suddenly asked. Lin Han shook his head with some surprise. I can't hear it. I can only hear the thoughts of a human. Ger didn't understand what the two were talking about at the moment and looked at Lin Han and then at He Yunting. So it's not always possible to get its mind right. Lin Han seemed a bit regretful and said, we still have to guess. He Yunting thought about it. Maybe that's not the problem. He thought Lin Han was struggling with why he couldn't read Ger's mind, so he was trying to figure out how to solve it for him. Lin Han didn't react to what He Yunting was trying to say for a moment. He Yunting also thought hard about this matter of why Lin Han could only read human hearts, as he looked at Ger for a moment. And seriously gave his advice. Or try shaving it all off. He said with a cold and a straight face, maybe you'll be able to hear it. Lin Han hugged Ger, who was suddenly shivering in his arms, and looked at He Yunting, whose face was now calm and unruffled, with the same eyes as a ghost. Chapter 66. Since it had watched a lot of TV shows and news, now Ger wasn't like before where it would take half a day to understand a human sentence, so he understood the meaning of He Yunting's words instantly, and nervously closed his eyes, burrowing into Lin Han's arms. Lin Han nudged He Yunting while coaxing him, that's enough. There's no need to know everything so well. He Yunting nodded. But he still wanted to make a statement on the issue. I'm just making a reasonable suggestion, if you want to read it. Lin Han was unconsciously led into a ditch by him, as he said. And when you were susceptible before, you were wearing a shirt and I could read your mind when I hugged you. That's because my hair is not as thick as its. He Yunting gave Ger a bland look. Hair. Lin Han felt that he couldn't just argue with him, it was pointless. The interesting thing was that He Yunting would actually waste time on such a boring topic. Lin Han himself didn't expect it. The little one was still shivering, its fur was standing up in fear, and it even made a small, sharp sound. Like an accusation against some brutal and cold-blooded general. Lin Han hugged it tighter. And simply didn't know how to describe this person. Okay. Stop talking. He reassured the frightened Ger, don't be afraid. I won't shave you. Ger gradually calmed down under Lin Han's gentle reassurance. Even though he saved its fur, it still didn't want to look at He Yunting. As matters stood, this man and Ball couldn't be reconciled in a short time. Lin Han thought about it and told Ger, if you're really unhappy, just bite him to relieve your anger. The little one really listened to this sentence, blinking at Lin Han, as if to confirm the feasibility of this sentence. Before Ger could think it over, Lin Han looked up and saw He Yunting's slightly unhappy expression. What's wrong with you? Lin Han put out a hand to touch him, knowingly asking. He Yunting seemed to be still trying to adjust his facial expression. It's not like you can't hear. He couldn't help but laugh. He Yunting obviously had a cold look now, but in his heart he was like a teenager, whispering, why was he so gentle when coaxing Ger? You're also jealous of the little one. Lin Han pretended to be surprised and pursed his lips to look at him. He remembered his meeting with Wen Tianyao. The way the other touched his face and said he had a cleanliness fetish. Instead of hearing Wen Tianyao's thoughts, he listened to He Yunting's aggravated inner monologue. The more he thought about it now, the more interesting he found it. He Yunting wanted to deny it, but understood that it was useless to deny it. He had no secrets in front of Lin Han, and finally could only continue with a cold face, not saying a word. Ger finally decided to take advantage of the courage given by Lin Han to bite He Yunting, shaking its fur in anger. Lifting its face to look at Lin Han, ready to pounce on him to let He Yunting learn the lesson. Lin Han nodded at its small, almost invisible nose hidden in the soft fur and added, but bite gently, or I'll be heartbroken. It took Ger about 15 minutes to finally understand the relationship between Lin Han and He Yunting now. They were different from the dog blood drama on TV. This alpha wasn't fierce and rough to Lin Han, and Lin Han also didn't treat him indifferently, but would respond with a light smile, either a little subtle gesture, or a gentle hug. Looking at the doubt in Ger's small eyes, Lin Han pondered for a long time. Next time we should let you watch less of this bitter drama. Ger. It's just that, Lin Han stroked its head, our plot is a little sweet and beautiful. He Yunting scowled and turned his head. Lin Han bit his lower lip and forcibly wrenched He Yunting's head back. Only then did he say to Ger, like us. He Yunting's movement to turn back stopped. Probably because they had just confessed their feelings to each other, Both of them had so many emotions they wanted to express, either through actions or words. He Yun-ting could not stay with Lin Han for too long, so they ate their dinner and He Yun-ting had to rush back to the base. When he was about to leave, Lu Anhe sent his timely communication to He Yun-ting, reporting that everything was normal in Xu Xiong's private lab, and that those who tried to attack him at the venue were not pursuing him. Okay. I'm going back to the base now. He Yun-ting was brief and concise. Lu Anhe was stunned. Boss. You're outside now. He Yun-ting paused for a moment and didn't intend to hide it from Lu Anhe. I'm here with Mr. Lin. These days, He Yun-ting's state was obviously not the same as before, and several nights he had run to Lin Han's place. Every time he went back to the base, he seemed to become even more tired. Lu Anhe didn't ask. But listening to He Yun-ting's current tone, he quickly guessed it. He was genuinely happy for him, but he didn't say too much because Xu Xiong was around, so he hung up the communication. He Yun-ting didn't let Lin Han accompany him to the aircraft, but stood at the door and said, I'm going back. Lin Han nodded obediently. I may not have much time in the next 2 days, and I may not be able to come to you. Okay. He Yun-ting looked deeply at him, hesitated for a moment, but still said, Mr. Lin's relationship with me. I'm okay with it. Lin Han didn't mention the name calling again, letting He Yun-ting call him whatever he wanted, while knowing what He Yun-ting was worried about. He Yun-ting didn't beat around the bush and said directly, I'm afraid you'll be aggravated. Lin Han curved his eyes and reached out to pull He Yun-ting's jacket, allowing him to slightly lean down and kiss him. He understood what the other had in mind. Obviously. He wanted to immediately let everyone know that they loved each other, and was worried that he wasn't good enough, and would let Lin Han suffer even the slightest harm because of this, and finally hesitated and wavered, became cautious and fearful. It was all right, he didn't have to dwell on it. He'd do whatever he wanted. Right. The kiss ended and He Yun-ting suddenly said this before saying goodbye, take some time off over the weekend. Ji Meng's memorial service was very low-key. His death wasn't known by many people, and for work reasons. He didn't have many fellow officers at the base, so few people ended up coming. Only a few of his closest comrades, and not even his relatives were there. It wasn't that there were no casualty situations in the exercise event, it was just that this time it happened in a strange way. Despite the fact that disciplinary action had been taken against the personnel of the weapons depot, the base was still very cautious about it and didn't make a big announcement. So now, at least for now, his death didn't even bring him the honor that should have been his, and only a few people were left to shed tears of sorrow for him. Lin Han arrived early. The Empire didn't have so many rules and regulations about what happened after death, people could plan for it while they were still alive, and non-commissioned officers were special, so many soldiers would plan for it early. Ji Meng once said that he didn't want to be so serious about death. He didn't want it to be black and white, and didn't want it to be too sad. He said it must be boring underground, and since they all learned how to ride in space, he didn't want to return to the dirt with a fishy smell. He would forever stay in his favorite universe, turning into a certain nebula. So his tombstone was just for remembrance, and the picture on it was even in color, him wearing his proudest uniform, with a warm and shy smile. Capable of a light that could break through countless darkness. Because he said not to grieve. No one showed a sad expression again. His former comrades laid flowers for him one by one, gave a solemn military salute, and looked at him from a distance across that photo. Lu Anhe looked very calm. His hysterical mourning left on the battleship. When he stood there, the expression on his face became very light. He even hooked the corner of his mouth towards Ji Meng, gently flicked the photo with his finger, and whispered something no one could hear. Lin Han also put the flowers down and stood aside to watch Lu Anhe. And finally, He Yun-ting stood not far from the tombstone, very deep. Also very solemn salute, and then took off his hat and bent over, to give a warm smile to Ji Meng as he deeply bowed. Lin Han's heart felt that dense heartache flood up again. At the same time, his heart had a rhythm. He Yun-ting also turned his head to look at him. The two were clearly separated by a distance, clearly didn't say anything, didn't touch, didn't hug. But Lin Han knew what he was thinking at the moment. Even if He Yun-ting looked colder, he would always remember every sergeant, he would still unconsciously fall into self-blame, and would still suffer more than every other person. Lin Han locked eyes with him and smiled very lightly. The meaning of the smile was also very simple, it was the same phrase he had said several times. You have me. Everyone left one by one, and soon only the three of them were left. Lin Han saw He Yun-ting walking towards him. He was probably still in that burst of emotions, so he remained silent and didn't say a word when he stood in front of him. Lin Han wasn't surprised when he perceived his sadness. He Yun-ting, he said softly, give me your hand. He squeezed all 5 of his fingers into his and then firmly clasped them, even though he wasn't very strong. He tried to make He Yun-ting understand how he felt at the moment. No need to say it. I understand. He Yun-ting's originally heavy emotions, under his reassurance, became slightly better. Before he raised his eyes to look at Lu Anhei, who was walking towards the two. Lu Anhei wasn't surprised by their current relationship, only pursed his lips as he approached, looking deeply at their clasped hands, as if he had 1,000 words, but finally only said, congratulations. The three of them didn't say much, and when they reached the exit, He Yun-ting and Lu Anhei went back to the base, while Lin Han was ready to take Ger to the zoo in the Q district of the empire. No need to send me. I'll just go back by myself, Lin Han said, ready to go towards the public flying machine, but saw He Yun-ting suddenly changing his expression, subconsciously touching Lin Han's lips with his finger, then pulled him back a step to silence him. Because the entrances and exits weren't far apart, the location of the three was blocked by a huge sign, so even if the people at the entrance looked over, they couldn't see their faces. Lin Han followed his line of sight to the entrance and froze for a moment. A somewhat familiar figure was walking up the stairs, not noticing the situation here. He didn't look young, but he was still in good spirits. He walked up the steps and walked steadily to Ji Meng's tombstone, which several people had just left. It was Xu Ziyang. Xu Ziyang's hair was half white, but still looked with a characteristic calm temperament, as if age was just something outside of him, and he didn't need to be anxious about it. His face was in obvious mourning, as he stood in front of Ji Meng's tombstone for a long time, but never spoke. Like nostalgia, like a tribute. Xu Ziyang's hand was holding something. The empire seemed to have never had this kind of flower, so Xu Ziyang's hand didn't seem to be holding a real flower, only a branch, with a few bright red flowers blooming on it. Lin Han saw Xu Ziyang gently placing the flowering branch in front of Ji Meng's tombstone, standing out next to the bouquet they had just offered. His hand seemed to tremble a bit, tentatively touching the cold tombstone and then retracting it. Xu Ziyang was silent. His expression grave and sad, and also bowed deeply to Ji Meng, before taking a step back. Lin Han thought that should be Ji Meng's favorite flower before he died. The one called cranberry. Professor Xu told me today that he was going to a place. Lu Anhei spoke up, I didn't expect it to be here. He said he would contact me when he finished. Unsurprisingly. After a while, they saw Xu Ziyang take out his communicator. After all, it wasn't right to keep watching, so Lu Anhei stepped out before Xu Ziyang could dial, with He Yun-ting and Lin Han standing behind him. Professor Xu, Lu Anhei said, sorry. I didn't expect you to come here. Xu Ziyang raised his head. And Lin Han saw an extremely faint watery glint in the corner of his eyes. Lin Han didn't know what kind of relationship Xu Ziyang and Ji Meng had before, but he just had some regrets that in the final farewell to Ji Meng, he finally couldn't do what he expected. Don't be sad. Chapter 67. Xu Ziyang wasn't surprised that they appeared here, and when he saw them, he greeted them in turn. Originally, I was afraid of disturbing you, so I planned to come by myself, sorry. Lin Han also bowed towards him. Professor Xu. Lu Anhei was a little more concerned about this matter and didn't beat around the bush. Professor Xu. You know him. Xu Ziyang didn't deny it, and nodded. His voice lowered, I count him as half a relative. The matter wasn't complicated. Ji Meng cared more about others than himself, hardly mentioning his own affairs. The military school management was strict. After passing the political examination and contact with relatives was less, he himself didn't say. So not many people knew. Lu Anhei obviously stiffened. Are you the one he talked about? But he doesn't have parents of his own. When I first started working, for personal reasons, I spent a short period of time in the civilian area. Xu Ziyang said, with an obvious helplessness in his tone. I picked him up at that time. I'm not really interested in children, not to mention that even if I left him alone, he should have been able to grow up well. The difference between the rich and the poor was drastic. The Omegas in the civilian areas and the rich areas were almost two kinds of creatures, one surviving on their bodies and pheromones, the other being meticulously preserved and cared for, like a fine and wonderful work of art. The affirmative action movement had slightly alleviated this situation, but the idea could never be eliminated all at once. So there were still a lot of Omegas that would make a living by submitting their coveted bodies to random alphas. Some alphas had no quality or no sense of responsibility, and simply didn't know what pity was. And even recklessly knotted these Omegas, as long as they were not completely marked, then they could always find more. Later the house began to revise various measures to remedy the situation, and new life was, after all, the most valuable, regardless of the nobility. So the welfare protection for the newborn babies was getting better and better, and some Omegas couldn't support themselves. They would hand over the child to the welfare agency to raise it uniformly, and eventually become the fresh blood of the country again. But I didn't end up sending him there. Maybe because I was studying life sciences, Xu Ziang recalled, or maybe his eyes were so bright at the time that I simply couldn't leave him alone. Even I didn't have that ability myself. When Xu Ziang talked about the past, his eyes held a little melancholy, as if no matter how long had passed, these things would always be engraved in his heart, reaching out to brush away the dust covered by time, as all the memories came back. Originally, in this era of the second gender, the reason for the strong kinship was often genetic and pheromone inheritance and heredity, and an Omega wanting to raise a child on their own was bound to get more strange looks and non-committal relationships. But Xiao Meng was really obedient, Xu Ziang said. He was the most obedient child I've ever seen. I raised him for 15 years. He sighed, I hadn't raised a child before. So I wanted to meet whatever he wanted. He said he liked cranberry flowers, and I couldn't find them. So I made them for him myself. He didn't like my profession, I didn't force him. He said he wanted to have a mecha and be a soldier in the future, I never stopped him. He called me dad and said he was happy every day. It's just that I still hid my relationship with him from the public. The several people were quiet. In fact, Xu Ziang couldn't be faulted for doing so, even in the academic world, after the hierarchy was divided. The upper-class people weren't interested in such stories of celibate Omega raising children, they would only speculate if Xu Ziang had any stories before and could use it as a topic during tea. But Xiao Meng never minded this. He even said, as long as it can help me, whatever is fine. Xu Ziang's hand subconsciously clenched, his voice seemed remorseful. Until the Omega who once gave birth to him came to the door, he said he now had a perfect partner in life, and would definitely treat Xiao Meng well, and said they wanted to take him back. I agreed. At the time, I thought it was the best possible ending, not to mention that Xiao Meng didn't refuse. With his relatives back, I could also continue to focus on my research and just go see him when I had time. What happened later? Xu Ziang didn't elaborate, because he said he himself became like an outsider. He didn't know how his biological parents treated him, and Ji Meng entered the military school, under the strict management, and Xu Ziang hardly contacted him. Later, Ji Meng was directly assigned to the border area as soon as he graduated, and there was very little communication. Xu Ziang heard the news of Ji Meng's death from others. After a long silence, Xu Ziang slowly spoke, sorry. This matter wasn't reported to you. I didn't even have adoption procedures with him. Sometimes I even felt I didn't deserve to be called his father. But he was still a very good, obedient boy. Until the end, Xu Ziang ended up blaming himself. It's all my fault for being so young and impetuous that all I could think about was research and progress, nothing else. I thought he needed his family more, and I could only walk with him for a while. After hearing this, Lin Han had a momentary lapse of concentration. Xu Ziang kept apologizing. Just before the emotions in his eyes dissipated, no one could bear to blame him. Since Lu Anhe met him in advance, in order to ensure the safety of Xu Ziang's lab, he changed his schedule and didn't follow He Yun Ting back. The two walked side by side, and neither spoke for a while. I'll give you a ride, He Yun Ting suddenly said. Lin Han said, don't you have to go back to the base? There's no hurry. In any case, he hadn't received Qi Jiamu's message yet, and Lu Anhe also left first. He Yun Ting couldn't say what kind of mood he had. The road ahead wasn't yet known, the lurking danger still existed. The happiness at this moment wasn't shallow and vain, but no one knew. Then taking half a day out of the mechanized training didn't seem too much. Okay. Lin Han didn't ask much and nodded his head. He was still thinking about what Xu Xiang had said earlier. He had been to his lectures more than once, and originally thought that what attracted him was his academic attainments and his attitude towards people, but he didn't expect that he took care of a child alone for so long. Xu Xiang called him Xiao Meng and supported him in whatever he did. Even though he knew his choice was too dangerous, he couldn't bear to oppose it. Then would he be like his own mother, who gently spoke a lot of sense to the teenager, told him the rules of the Galaxy Showcase, and told him to look for his most precious things? What was Ji Meng's most precious thing? Was it a cranberry that wasn't really in Xu Xiang's hand? Xu Xiang was very famous in the academic world, his second gender was also known to everyone, he was an Omega. But as he said, research was all he did, and he had no partner, let alone children. Lin Han used to unconsciously envision his future when he listened to his lectures at the university, envisioning whether he would be the same as Xu Xiang in the future. Finding an alpha wasn't so important to him, and he was planning to spend his life only on inhibitors. Even if he only had sex toys for company, he was also willing to suffer. At such thoughts, Lin Han made a small movement and inclined his head to glance at He Yunting. As expected, his face was as tense as if nothing would make him happy. But in fact, it wasn't the truth. As soon as he thought about it, he had a secret happiness in his heart, and for a moment, he suddenly thought it was good for him to hide his relationship with He Yunting. He thought of a certain kind of animal called a hamster. They lived in a harsh environment, living in the open, often unable to find food for a long time, never knowing exactly when the next meal will be. So biological evolution allowed them to grow something called cheek pouches, into which they would stuff all their beloved food and store it dry until they found a safe place, then carefully remove it. He had no reason to feel that he might be somewhat similar to them. Lin Han was like a hamster who was anxious to know the other person's feelings, and when he had a definite answer, he wanted to pick He Yunting up with both hands, and even had worries about showing off, so he hid him quietly. His entire little face was stuffed with bulges, but he had to protect him with his paws, and only when he was in a secluded place would he kiss him and hug him like he was precious. He Yunting didn't know that he had been compared to a hamster's food, but as if he knew Lin Han was looking at him, he turned his head. The little hamster, who was in the middle of his thoughts, stiffened for a moment, and for fear that these absurd thoughts of his would be noticed by He Yunting, blinked to cover and gave him a smile. He Yunting didn't know what he was thinking about, but he seemed to want to respond to Lin Han as well, he just hadn't found the curve of a smile yet. The two of them got into the aircraft, and Lin Han waited for He Yunting to adjust the program before speaking to him. He Yunting, he asked, what were your parents like? Lin Han had heard before that He Yunting had originally come from a military family, only both parents had died early in a war, and their mecha's data box couldn't be recovered. Just like the paramilitaries this time, many of whom had completely disappeared into space without a word before they had a chance to adapt to real combat. Remembering his guess that the other only remembered what he wanted to remember, he added, if you forget or don't want to talk about it, that's fine. I haven't forgotten. This time He Yunting didn't hesitate, it's just that there should be no difference from what you heard. Lin Han stopped him from talking and reached out to listen to his unfinished words. He Yunting's parents were both strict. His mother a beta, a former subordinate of his father, who was more harsh and less caring. Even though he had shown overwhelming ability from a young age, his parents were always dissatisfied. They treated him with a militaristic attitude, wanting him to become the best sergeant in the empire, to be the strongest person that everyone admired. Everything went as his parents expected. He Yunting was always the best of the best, calm, sensible, powerful, entering the military system earlier than anyone else, and colder than anyone else. They felt that feelings could definitely be cultivated slowly, regardless of whether their children would blame them. After all, there was nothing actually wrong with their initial intentions. It was just a pity that there were too many variables and they couldn't wait until that time. He eventually became what they expected him to be, not even for a moment blaming his parents for being too hard on him. Lin Han scratched He Yunting's palm with his hand. The other man turned his face and looked at him with some confusion. He Yunting, You need to smile more. Lin Han said seriously, I haven't seen you smile yet. He didn't know why Lin Han would suddenly mention this, but he would never refuse Lin Han, even if the expression seemed to be outside of his ability. He Yunting moved the corner of his mouth and was just about to obediently try to make this expression when Lin Han reached out his finger again and pressed the corner of his lips, stopping the stiff curve he was about to curl up. But it doesn't have to be now. Lin Han's index finger carried a slightly cool temperature, showing He Yunting an expression he couldn't learn yet, take your time. Lin Han thought He Yunting's frozen dumb look was very funny, and his face blooming with a smile was obvious. His eyes also slightly narrowed, looking beautiful and vivid. His skin was white, his features were beautiful, his pupils were moist and thick black, and when he smiled, his soft and long eyelashes bent down smoothly. His eyebrows set off his red lips and white teeth to become gentle and vivid. If he didn't say so himself, others would only think he was a pampered omega in high society, and couldn't see that he had also spent time in the civilian areas, trying to break free from that cage. The empire had actually been quite monstrous, like a beautiful and tempting apple, emitting a sweet and fruity fragrance. But only those inside knew that the flesh of the fruit had long grown mold and it was filled with worms. It was one of the best in every aspect of development in the galaxy, with the economy and armament being the best of all planets. But the various problems in the civilian areas still existed, and the seemingly attractive social welfare actually varied from person to person. The weak could get only a few benefits, and those who weren't capable and had no status were in the minority. If they couldn't rely on their ability to get out of the civilian areas, to the excellent universities and core areas, then perhaps their entire life could only be struggling in the same place. The upper class was as glamorous and decent as those who were struggling to make ends meet were as anxious and frightened. On the surface, the parliamentary system was established, and people from each faction had a voice, but in reality, the only person who really had power was the crown prince. On the surface, the peacemakers and the radicals appeared to have little spats to the public, but they didn't realize that they were ready for war inside. Lin Han didn't look like someone who came out of the civilian area. Many people who had worked hard to get out of there were mostly hostile, especially when they came into contact with the prosperous and advanced core area, where private aircrafts were everywhere, and everything was managed orderly. These kinds of new things made them resentful. Why did they have to work so hard to become the bottom of the hierarchy here, while those so-called upper-class people just needed to be born well and were all happy? But Lin Han didn't. He seemed to not care about his origins, never had such emotions in his eyes, was calm and gentle when he was with people, and was full of love when he looked at He Yunting. Lin Han's finger still rested on the corner of the other's lips. He Yunting couldn't say what kind of impulse he had, just felt the very light pressure and coolness. His eyes darkened, and he couldn't help but extend his tongue. The tip of his tongue curled around Lin Han's finger. One touch and it left. Both of them froze. Lin Han even forgot to pull his finger back, but instead curled up his knuckles because of the stimulation of He Yunting's action, and after a moment of hesitation, moved from the corner of his mouth to his lips. His heart was pounding at this moment, and before he could withdraw his smile, his eyes nervously met He Yunting's. Like a question. Like a test, like encouragement. What we're doing, can we go further? The autopilot mode of the aircraft continued, the windows on both sides were closed tightly. He Yunting didn't have to squeeze a flight path with the public aircraft, they hung in midair, surrounded only by the not too noisy wind and a few invisible clouds, nothing else. In the next instant, Lin Han's fingers pressed against the other man's lower lip suddenly felt a warm wetness. He Yunting took his index finger into his mouth and gently nibbled on the first knuckle. Both of their breathing stopped for a moment until Lin Han also tried to reach in a little, and since his body temperature had been slightly lower, the temperature of his fingertips were the same, and he almost had the illusion of being burned when he touched He Yunting. Lin Han's fingers were long and white, not calloused, and had the delicate skin that belonged to an omega. He Yunting wasn't very good at it, so his movements weren't erotic, even to the point of being carefully pleasing. Lin Han felt his fingertips being gently scraped and flooded with a strange itch. He Yunting tried to close his teeth and started to touch him with the softest part, but he couldn't get it right. Eventually it turned into a tentative lick. Lin Han's heart was beating faster and faster, and he stirred his index finger against He Yunting, and the other's mouth came up against it, responding in an unorthodox manner. When the second one was added, and when it was replaced by another. The only sound was the sound of driving and the wind blowing through the air, drowning out the sound of the interior of the craft. When Lin Han finally pushed away from He Yun-ting with his hands on his shoulders, the other sucked him very gently. He Yun-ting didn't kiss him for long, but for the first time. Lin Han felt that this kiss was different from the previous days, perhaps because it started in a different way than when he confirmed with his mind. He was filled with lust and desire. Lin Han was dizzy at first and didn't react, nor did he know why He Yun-ting pushed him away, until he looked at the little sparkle on his finger, when what had just happened rewound in his mind. His face slowly burned up little by little, and he stared embarrassedly for a long time before turning his face away, ready to see He Yun-ting's reaction. However, He Yun-ting wasn't as tense or unfulfilled as he thought. His eyebrows were tightly furrowed, his lips were pursed after the kiss, and there was something in his eyes that Lin Han couldn't understand, but he wasn't looking at him. He then stopped caring about the blush, and when his hand was about to touch him again, he asked tentatively and politely, "May I touch you?" He Yun-ting leaned back on the driver's seat with one hand on his face, not looking at him, but still took the initiative to reach out and put his hand on Lin Han's hand. When he touched the wet fingers, Lin Han saw He Yun-ting's frown deepen, as if he was trying to restrain something. I'm really useless. I just want to kiss him properly, but I can't even control that. What if I hurt him? Lin Han didn't withdraw his hand, but instead, he clasped He Yun-ting's 5 fingers even tighter. He Yun-ting felt lust for him. He knew this from the first time they met. Lin Han didn't feel there was anything shameful about the physical reaction. Even from the moment he saw He Yun-ting lost in that room, he never thought about the consequences, nor did he have a single regret. Since He Yun-ting had no more secrets in front of him, then why couldn't he deliver himself to him entirely? But He Yun-ting seemed to have concerns about him for some reason. Lin Han remembered that when he was in the border area, after the mark, He Yun-ting rushed down the Mecca alone to calm down for a long time, and if he hadn't gone to find him, maybe He Yun-ting would have gotten sick when he returned. As if he was a person made of thin glass, even a little force would leave traces. Being gently pinched would hurt, being bitten he would break, and being casually dropped, he would be broken beyond recovery. This was true for his first susceptible period, it was true for the mark, and it was true even now. He Yun-ting knew his lust was terrible, and although he let Lin Han read his current thoughts, he still didn't dare to look at him, as if he was afraid of scaring him or having any other thoughts. Lin Han moved over and hugged him, feeling the other man's breathing finally slowed down little by little before patting his back and whispering in his ear. "Don't worry about me," Lin Han said soothingly. "I've come back from the border area with you, I'm not afraid of anything." The plane's autopilot system began to indicate that it was about to reach its destination, so Lin Han let go of him and said, "Here we are." He Yun-ting answered and followed Lin Han home to pick up Ger from the zoo. Lin Han pondered for several minutes and never said anything. He wanted to know what He Yun-ting was worried about. It was clear that he could read minds, but it seemed that there were still doubts that couldn't be solved. He Yun-ting himself didn't expect that he would accompany Lin Han and his little one to the zoo on his rare half-day holiday. The zoo was in the Q district. The population was very dense. If the general appeared directly, park management would be scared enough to close the place down. But Lin Han really wanted He Yun-ting to come along, so he immediately went to the nearest online store to pick a few sets of clothes, quickly picking up the goods at the door. At this time a military-uniformed He Yun-ting was at home with Ger, wide-eyed. Coldly saw Lin Han's clothes, the face finally had a different expression. Lin Han winked at him and waved his essential baseball cap and sunglasses, just once. "I'm sorry." He Yun-ting finally compromised and put on the new trendy clothes that he had never worn before and belonged to the youth. The light texture of the lining, with a flowery and green fluffy half-cape jacket, made Lin Han freeze at the first sight. Very nice. Very nice. He had nothing to say, a rare sight. He Yun-ting still seemed a bit squirmy, so he didn't respond immediately. The craft resumed its journey towards the Q zone, and since there was an extra Ger on it this time, Lin Han was worried that it would get as dizzy as in the Mecca, so he held it and talked to it all the way. There were people in the Empire who also kept oddbound creatures, so when the two arrived at the gate, no one was surprised to see the little thing on Lin Han's shoulder. Before He Yun-ting was ready to go inside, he was suddenly pulled by Lin Han. "Wait a minute," Lin Han said, gently tugged him towards the shadows, and then kissed him very firmly. Ger was startled by his sudden movement, but luckily it had a firm grip and didn't fall down. Their location wasn't noisy but also wasn't hidden. Someone passing by would only be surprised, then smile and avert their eyes, telling their friends beside them that it was good to be young and in love. No one realized that this tall man in a wide coat, baseball cap and sunglasses was the imperial blade that everyone aspired to be, the general who never smiled and was always cold and distant. He Yun-ting could put away all the glory, but he could also just be himself. Just simply be my beloved. Ger looked dumbfounded. It didn't want to come to the zoo at first, not caring about the animals, but he was hit with a bolt of shock and astonishment. It was so overwhelmed it only grabbed Lin Han's collar, and even forgot to rub it. Lin Han kissed seriously and actively, not purely at all. As he wrapped his arms around He Yunting's neck while going upwards, trying to take the initiative. Allowing himself to claim and explore, and then continue deeper, blushing with the sound of swallowing. He soon felt He Yunting's resistance again. But Lin Han was proactive this time and left without allowing He Yun-ting to avert his eyes. He forced him to look at him. "You love me," Lin Han said in affirmation. Lin Han's kissed lips were still glistening with saliva, revealing a seductive and soft and sweet tongue when he spoke, and in this situation now. Every extra word he said was as if he was seducing the other person in broad daylight. "Sex and love can never be completely separate," Lin Han added under his breath, leaning close to He Yun-ting. "Don't you want to love me completely?" Chapter 68. He Yun-ting was wearing sunglasses, so Lin Han couldn't see his expression clearly, but still felt his uneasiness. All around were people coming and going. They seemed ordinary at this moment. They could be two employees of an online convenience store in Q District who came to the zoo for a break, or a married couple who came here to mark the occasion. Strangers who didn't know them would wish them well, smiled kindly, and told them they looked very much in love. Lin Han paused for a long time after asking that question. When Ger finally became impatient with the confrontation between them, He Yun-ting only whispered, "Yes." His voice was a little hoarse with the sensuality of a deep kiss, but with a cold tone that was uniquely his. "But." "No buts." Lin Han interrupted him, grabbed his hand and stepped out of the shadows. "Let's go. Ger is waiting." His voice was light and quick as he led He Yun-ting into the zoo. He Yun-ting followed in silence. It wasn't until Lin Han returned from buying the ticket, and handed it to He Yun-ting, that he finished his previous sentence. "I don't know why you're so deeply guarded, and I don't understand if it's because of me or something else. But I have faith in you. And you have to have faith in me too," he said. "What's the big deal? Isn't that right, General?" Bringing Ger to this place proved to be the absolute best choice Lin Han had made since bringing him back from the Oddbound Galaxy. The zoo in District Q was the largest zoo area in the Empire. Not only for viewing, but also for research, teaching, and so on. It was impossible for a first-time visitor to finish the tour, and since the two of them only had half a day, they could only pick a few of the most popular locations. Ger's contact with the outside world after coming here was basically on TV, but the good thing was that it was diligent and good at learning, although often limited in understanding but brimming with curiosity. So from the start of the park, it was excited as it rolled around Lin Han's body, going from his pocket to into his collar. Not only were there some of the most popular and now almost extinct creatures on Earth, with different names and species, but in the Oddbound Biology Museum next door, there were also a lot of oddbound creatures that even He Yun-ting had never heard of. Usually at such times Lin Han couldn't help but ask the other if he had ever seen such creatures before and what they were like in the wild. He Yun-ting didn't say much, but still tried to answer his questions. When holding hands for a long time, the feelings and words weren't so important, it was enough just knowing that the other was next to you. Before Lin Han came, he specially checked why there were no Kajars in the zoo. The information said that there would have been few of these things in the Empire. It wasn't only because of habitat reasons, they were all rather sticky and were almost considered a pet. As for the thuds, it didn't appear in the zoo because it was too big to be transported, plus it was really uncomfortable with the Empire's water and soil. Ger was so happy that he soon forgot about the handful of food Lin Han had forced into his mouth when he arrived, and instead scurried around happily. The staff saw it and kindly gave Lin Han a bag of fruit souvenirs only available in the Oddbound Bio system. Although he couldn't eat it, it was a good choice to give Ger as a gift. He Yun-ting was tense the entire time, accompanying Lin Han like a bodyguard, hardly speaking. Just silently accompanying the two. Unfortunately, there was too little time, and when they left, there were still several pavilions they hadn't had time to visit. The little guy obviously enjoyed himself, so Lin Han only had to promise to bring him when he had time in the future, until Ger got excited and became lively again. It was already late when they went back, and Ger was so happy that he didn't even get dizzy. He fell asleep in Lin Han's arms directly when he went up, and he was quiet until he got home. And after returning home, Lin Han turned on the TV for Ger, saw He Yun-ting was about to go to the bedroom to change clothes, and suddenly called out to stop him. He Yun-ting. What I said this afternoon. Do you want to think about it? Don't go back to the base yet, okay? As Lin Han closed the door to his room, He Yun-ting felt calm. Unfortunately, it didn't last long. Even the moment the room door closed, the desire that had previously dissipated at the zoo entrance resurfaced. In his heart, he understood what Lin Han meant and that there was nothing wrong with what he said. I won't do anything else, Lin Han said. If it reminds you of anything, or if it's unpleasant, just push me away, okay? Lin Han reached out and pressed his hand onto He Yun-ting's skin, and even though he hadn't moved down, he felt the unease He Yun-ting could hardly resort to, and the trembling he was trying to restrain. What exactly was he worried about? This question had always troubled Lin Han, but there was never an answer. Lin Han was never a person who was discouraged when he encountered a problem. He could break into the core area alone and stand firm. Naturally, he also wanted to try to answer the doubts he was now facing. Without trying, how would he know where the solution lied? I'll help you, he said. Even though he said so, he was still slightly shocked when he probed with his hand. In that moment Lin Han remembered many things that hadn't happened, such as the alpha size. With his physique being so poor, it might be necessary to take 2 more supplements when the time came. Lin Han was completely shocked when he really came in contact with it. He couldn't say that he found a solution to the problem, but at this point, he felt something different than before. He speculated whether mind reading was related to his spiritual power, and whether that would in some way be affected by a spiritual power that didn't belong to him. Or rather, after touching him too many times, he couldn't only hear those heart sounds that could almost be called unpleasant, but also vaguely perceived He Yun-ting's raging emotions, and even unconsciously conjured up certain images. The image was of a brand new M.2742, already fired up and in exile in a deserted border area, driving aimlessly. Looking up at the rare Arinarong Nebula, the entire universe covered with a vast and romantic purple. Stranger still, the skylights on the roof of the mecha were opened, and the stars seemed to fall in next, sailing through space with them. And the second cockpit was filled with the sweet scent of restraint, and Omega was wrapped with ribbons around his eyes, his fine white skin against the cold porthole, flushed with a pale pink peach color. His expression was very painful, his open mouth gasping for air, with an almost scream that couldn't be restrained in the starry sky that left saliva. The cabin temperature was so hot and cutting that it could burn people. As an alpha obviously born handsome, he had restraint, but was rough like the most primitive beast, and didn't give the other a chance to breathe. Not to mention the statements that could make him bashful and instantly red in the face. Lin Han subconsciously let go of his hand. His heart wasn't like his own. The temperature of his hand was frighteningly hot, not knowing if it was his own body heat or if it was brought over from somewhere. He Yun-ting wasn't surprised by Lin Han's action, and even sighed in understanding. You saw it all, he said. He Yun-ting was about to sit up from the bed in the next second, trying to find an excuse to leave this place. The light ebony scent lingered in the air, evidence of his ghastly desires, and he had no way to deny it. I scared you. He dropped his eyes, trying not to let his tone fluctuate. Do. He Yun-ting couldn't finish the last T. Because Lin Han not only came back over, but even used his body to force him to lie down on the bed, which was many times softer than the beds at the base. It's a little scary. Lin Han was actually nervous too, but the words came out fairly easily. I accept your apology. So, as the one who made a mistake, you should be sincere. Lin Han's fingers were long and delicate, and his movements were gentle. I said I'm just helping you, so don't move around. He Yunting's expression showed a rare blankness. Lin Han felt that such a confused him was rare, even though he couldn't even call himself calm now, after all. It was his first time doing such a thing. But he still leaned over and kissed the corner of He Yunting's mouth, saying, "Be good," and then softened his tone and said, "All right," just like coaxing the little dumpling that was currently catching up on the drama in the living room. He Yunting lay on his back on the bed, looking at the snow-white ceiling. After a long time, his eyebrows moved very lightly, as he replied in a low voice, "Okay." This kind of thing wasn't difficult. He Yunting was still wearing the same clothes he wore when he went out with Lin Han today. The silk soft fabric didn't make him feel any discomfort. Lin Han's movement was slow at first, tentative. He Yunting, Lin Han called his name, relax a little. It was no longer a monotonous ceiling in front of He Yunting's eyes. It was as if he was back in the border area, and the two were more than that. The mecha's skylight was open, and when he opened his eyes, it was the purple Arinarong Nebula. Lin Han saw He Yunting lying beside him on the side, with his own less skilled movements in an effort to sink into Lin Han's soft pillow, opened his mouth to catch his breath. The back of his neck raised slightly, the knot of his throat rolling up and down. He had years of intense training, so his body didn't have a trace of fat. All the lines were perfect and attractive, not a point more nor less, and in this condition now, his muscles on the side of his neck were tense. Even the slightest movement carried an unspeakable erotic meaning. But his eyes were still the rare blue color of the Empire. If before they were like a river of ice that hadn't thawed, now they were filled with gurgling spring water, brushing away the cold of winter, filled with only the gentle and loving tenderness that remained. Lin Han didn't remember how long it lasted, only that his hands were too sore to continue. He Yunting fiercely used his other hand to hook him up to his lips, closing his eyes and kissing him hard. That taste wasn't good, and He Yunting hesitated for a moment. "What's wrong?" Lin Han propped himself up to look at him, lost his smile when he heard He Yunting's heart at the moment, looked into his eyes and said, "Give me a hug." He Yunting, hug me. This sentence was the same as when Lin Han was in heat. He Yunting was in a bit of a trance, as if he hadn't been able to come back from that nebula himself, just chasing the other's words subconsciously. Lin Han's hands weren't clean. After finishing this sentence, he was just about to draw a piece of paper to wipe it, when he was embraced by He Yunting. This time, he hugged him tightly, still covered in sweat, only to become less hesitant under Lin Han's encouragement and held him firmly. "It's all right. I'm just going to wash up. What are you worrying about?" Lin Han also reached out and wrapped his arms around him, smiling as if He Yunting was only really worried about such a simple problem. "Don't be afraid to get me dirty." Chapter 69. Due to Lin Han's encouragement, and because the hug was too tight and careless, something did get on his body through his clothes. His hands hadn't been wiped clean and had a little fishy smell, and he could only gently pat He Yunting's back. He Yunting was still trying to calm his breathing, as if he felt that too much haste and busyness would make Lin Han feel uncomfortable. He wasn't even willing to say anything, only doing his best to hold the person in front of him. It was hard to have things in his life that he couldn't control. He hated everything that he couldn't grasp. It seemed to represent his inability, or the powerlessness that his heart didn't want to admit. The feeling of being wrapped in desire was much more fierce than he expected. He still felt Lin Han's delicate soft fingers, his not very skilled movements and his very light breathing. He felt the urge to swallow him up, and in the midst of this, there was Lin Han. He Yunting's body was hot. The soft fabric on his chest felt like it was burning him, seeping with thin sweat. Provoking the itch, Lin Han left. He Yunting felt the Omega's very soft body, but he was only hugging him submissively, without any extra movement. "Okay." After a while, Lin Han heard He Yunting's breathing gradually become stable before he gently got up and pushed He Yunting's shoulder. "Do you want to go wash?" His tone and actions were very gentle, helping him. There were really no other actions, and there was no need for He Yunting to have any burden and uneasiness. He Yunting didn't really know much about this. He wanted to try to give back to him like what Lin Han did just now, but he dodged. "I'm fine. You go wash up." Lin Han seemed really tired, so when he spoke his voice was much lighter, but every word was serious. He wasn't as perfunctory as He Yunting. "Does anything come to mind? Or is there anywhere uncomfortable?" Lin Han still blushed a little when he said this, and just when he wanted to put his head down, he saw a splotch of cloudy liquid stain on their clothes, and dodged a little before he looked at He Yun-ting again. No need to help me. Lin Han rarely spoke nervously and bit his lower lip. Omegas are not the same as you. Both seemed a little embarrassed. He Yun-ting actually hated himself. He stood up in Lin Han's gaze, his clothes and hair were in disarray. The room had no lights on, his face was sunk in the shadows, looking more and more deep and handsome. The only thing was that there was a confusion in his eyes that he didn't understand. The lust in his heart was so strong that it could eat the person in front of him in the next second, but he hesitated to reach out. He was afraid that he would swallow him up, drag him into the abyss, and hurt him with a power that he couldn't control. He didn't dare. Don't you worry. Lin Han knew He Yun-ting's thoughts, curved his eyes and grabbed his hand. Don't be scared of that either. Look. I'm standing here properly. He Yun-ting gathered his eyes and pursed his lips. After an unbearable silence, he finally opened his mouth. Why? Someone who obviously only seemed to be serious about his work could now be so attentive and soothe him in a way that he himself didn't dare to think about. Someone who was obviously an omega with a physique so poor that he couldn't live normally without nutrients, yet he could do this. It was clear that they hadn't known each other for long. Lin Han sat down on the bed and wiped his hands clean. In fact, there was certainly some inevitable tension and throbbing from the actions just now, and for a moment, his hands went limp when he heard He Yun-ting's low gasp. He stood up, smiled, opened the door, and pushed He Yun-ting towards the bathroom, without answering immediately. When he was about to leave, he couldn't resist standing on his tippy toes and kissing the tip of his nose, saying, "There's no such thing as why. Mr. Lin," He Yun-ting blurted out. "All right. Listen." Lin Han moved away a little, trying to sound less nervous, "because you are Mr. Lin's lover." He used to think that He Yun-ting called himself this to seem rusty, but now he was attached to these words for the first time. Even if everyone else called him that, He Yun-ting was different from them. Lin Han rearranged the bedroom and threw their dirty clothes into the washing machine before returning to the living room. He glanced over and Ger was already completely immersed in the drama, oblivious to what had just happened. The paperwork for work had been handed over in full, so he could return to work tomorrow and continue his unfinished research. He ordered his dinner, listened to the sound of water in the bathroom, and raised his eyes to look at the oddbound creature who was chasing the drama like an obsessed man, and couldn't help but smile a little before opening the work report that his colleague had sent over in the afternoon. Unfortunately, He Yun-ting didn't end up staying for dinner. He took a combat shower and just came out when his private communicator rang. Usually when it was this late, it wasn't a good thing. He Yun-ting put on his clothes and reverted back to his usual appearance, contrasting with the tall man wearing sunglasses and baseball cap in the afternoon. The communication was simple. Chi Jamu was back. The good news was that he was unharmed and no one found out that he had been at the academic lecture where Xu Xiang had his accident. The bad news was more than one thing. The official explanation for the incident at the lecture, which was intended purely for academic exchange, was that there were radicals at the venue who disagreed with Xu Xiang's academic views, but they were contained and Xu Xiang escaped safely. I was more impressed with the people who were on the battleship before. Chi Jamu said. I wasn't surprised to see Luo Qi's people on the scene. After all, the face of the radicals had almost been revealed, but they just hadn't been able to find a handle that would hold him on the judgment bench. Since Xu Xiang's safety was also threatened, his old friend Zhang Lian finally sat down and started to find fault with the radicals as well, and no longer stayed out of it like before. So the parliament in the past few days was very exciting. The speakers on both sides of the fence spent all day long attacking each other, and struggled to have something that could really bring down the other side, only the dispute became more and more obvious. Ger. Even if it didn't quite understand these things, it would watch the news every day on the two factions of the confrontation, would still give face to bounce a little to show respect. But I saw one more person. Chi Jamu recalled, it was the one who was a close friend of His Highness the Prince at the time, the one who stood behind him all day. It was Shi Yuan. But Chi Jamu added that apart from Shi Yuan, he didn't see anyone else related to Wen Tianyao. According to Wen Tianyao's character, if he was present, then he would have brought more than one close friend. After the attack on the warship by the Zerg and what Lin Han had read earlier, he felt more and more that Wen Tianyao was just a front for the radical faction to block the gun, and at present did not know what Luo Qi had used to tempt him to join his banner willingly. Of course, it might seem to Wen Tianyao that it was Luo Qi who joined his banner. He hides it well. But I'm sure I'm not mistaken. Qi Jiamu said, the reason I came back in the past 2 days is because after they left, I found something strange at the venue site and wanted to bring it back to show you. It seems to be related to Professor Shu's research. He Yunting contacted Lu Anhei, who still remained in Xu Ziyang's laboratory and was preparing to return to the base, heard Qi Jiamu say so, and hurriedly reported the current situation to He Yunting. After all, it would be too obvious if they met at the base. And several people discussed it before finally deciding to directly rendezvous in Xu Ziyang's laboratory. Probably after knowing about him and Ji Meng. Lin Han felt some heartache, but Lin Han also had no position to appear there, not to mention if there were any accidents he might also trouble He Yunting protecting him, and he didn't want to drag his feet. He Yunting didn't even have time to eat before he left, and when he was about to go out, Lin Han saw that the dirty clothes were washed and dried, and Ger had also finished his plate of food and was rolling around in the sand to clean himself. Lin Han sent him to the door without saying anything. He patted He Yunting on the shoulder and said, "Be safe. I'm going to work tomorrow, so I guess I won't be able to come to the base to see you anytime soon." Lin Han said, "Don't run to me when you're free. It's always good to rest more. If you miss me, my communicator is always on." Speaking of this, Lin Han remembered that the first time they opened the video communication, it was He Yunting who racked his brains to get him to come to the base and didn't know what method to use, and finally when he asked Lu Anhei to communicate, he accidentally pressed the video communication switch and only then did the two get through. At that time Lin Han asked him why he was invited. He Yunting's words were clumsy, and subconsciously said that Mr. Lin was beautiful. Thinking of this, Lin Han couldn't help but smile a little, and then indulged himself in a gentle inhale on the side of He Yunting's neck, smelling a bit of his favorite ebony fragrance, before saying, "Go ahead." It was just a brief parting, and both of them found it more than ordinary. Only no one could have predicted how things would turn out. After He Yunting arrived at Xu Ziyang's lab, Qi Jiamu pulled out a research report he found at the venue. Oddly enough, it had little to do with the burning blood that the radicals had been pressing for lately, but it also didn't match the content of his lectures. It was a harsh, rigorous proposal for the feasibility of combining Zerg genes with human cytokines. The vision presented a number of seemingly very reasonable ideas, from why the Zerg evolved to this point, and could even have a human mind, and could be based on the constant improvement of the mecha, and it could also have a different evolution and powers. But when Xu Ziyang just finished reading this report, his entire face went white. His lips trembled as he said, This is the idea I came up with back then along with the burning blood experiment, but it was just a theory. This report was destroyed a long time ago. Why did it suddenly appear here?" Chapter 70. What do you mean? He Yunting wrinkled his eyebrows and asked in a deep voice. Xu Ziyang felt his own tension and knew there was a clear disorder, and after he organized his expression he continued, "This report, back then, was my student's idea. He was a little more crazy than me, thinking about the life sciences bordering on paranoia." He paused, sighed, and seemed to recall something, but he forgot that in all science-related research and ideas, there's always the most basic premise: ethics is the bottom line. So what? I can't predict whether this is a coincidence or whether someone is really already working on it, Xu Ziyang analyzed, but if it's so, it's unethical. Just like when I tried to stop the burning blood research, if the research isn't even ethically convincing, how can we be sure that the final result is really good for humanity? Qi Jiamu was silent. Qi Jiazi had been weak since he was a child, and he was introverted and reticent, so the only person he could trust was himself. The first thing he thought was that it didn't matter if he spent the rest of his life in a civilian area, he was an alpha. And he was better than the average person, which allowed Qi Jiazi to spend his childhood in peace. As long as he could take care of his brother, he didn't have to fight for his life to be a pillar of the so-called empire. There were already so many good people, so it wasn't a big deal if he was willing to be mediocre. It was a pity that he wasn't able to get everything he wanted. The distribution of the empire was so deformed that it resembled an upside-down triangle. The top tier, which was clearly a minority, enjoyed the most privileged resources, and at all times. They never needed to worry about not having enough at hand, while down the line, the vast majority of resources were distributed to the premium, core race, leaving the commoners with an obvious shortage of things: service industry, technology industry, social security, as well as basic medical conditions and educational conditions. The civilian areas could never compete with the core. To get higher and better, one had to work their way up the ladder. This was something that Chi Jamu learned after taking his brother to healthcare services, only to be turned away an unknown number of times. It was then that he realized that the little wish he had in mind was almost impossible to achieve in the civilian area. Too many people competing for resources and no advantage for himself. His mental strength in the civilian area had been considered the best since childhood. There was no one who was his opponent, many people said so. And for such an alpha not to go to the base to try was a pity. It was a struggle for him to get into the core area, not to mention others. At least he would no longer have to worry about economic problems. Chi Jamu hesitated, but set foot towards the core area. It wasn't long after he left that Chi Jazz's health began to deteriorate. Thinking about it, Chi Jamu glanced at He Yun Ting gratefully. Since Chi Jia was secretly transferred to Xu Xiang's lab, his mood seemed to have stabilized quite a bit and his injuries were completely healed, only sometimes he still couldn't immediately recognize Chi Jamu. His blood samples and various data were already being analyzed, but since Xu Xiang was the only one treating him, progress wasn't very fast. But those present were obviously more worried about something else, and He Yun Ting pondered for a moment, continuing the discussion on the question he had just asked: what if we go by what you said, what is the worst-case scenario? Worst-case scenario? Xu Xiang's voice was unprecedentedly serious. It's unpredictable. Even if someone has already started practicing, we don't know what the other party's experimental body is, and where they got the Zerg gene from, and what changes the combination of the two actually has on humans, and whether it will bring unstoppable consequences, these kinds of things. No one knew. The few people in the room fell back into silence. A few moments later, He Yun Ting thought of something and asked again, "Professor Xu, the student who came up with this idea at that time, what is he doing now?" Xu Xiang wasn't surprised that He Yun Ting would ask this question and replied truthfully. He had already left the life science community some years ago, and when he finally left, he destroyed all papers and reports related to me because he still had irreconcilable conflicts with me. What was his name? Xu Xiang thought of this and there was a pang of loss in his eyes, not knowing if he was lamenting the student who had parted ways with him, Shi Yuan. That night, after He Yun Ting and Lu Anhe returned to the base, they collected all the news related to Shi Yuan overnight. He seemed to have appeared suddenly beside Wen Tian Yao, quiet and low-key, but incredibly efficient and cautious, and had never once made a mistake over the years. His background was also very clean. Originally born in the core area, his parents weren't of low status, and he was smoothly admitted to the Imperial Military University, not surprisingly got full marks, and left with a perfect graduation. In all the information, there was no mention of this appalling idea in the report. He Yun Ting browsed through all the information and pursed his lips. He had a very subtle feeling. Seeing Lu Anhe still standing by the side, He Yun Ting slightly raised his eyes. "Go back to rest first." This matter was currently something no one else knew, and after He Yun Ting returned, in order to prevent further accidents, but also in order to quickly improve the new pilot's combat literacy, the base increased the training volume to more than double. No one had any complaints and no one wanted to submit their life to death casually, nor did they want their family and friends, who they care about, to be sad and shed tears because of them. After returning from the border area, the qualified pilots were officially integrated into the base and became part of the Imperial Army. Lu Anhe left and He Yun Ting stayed for a long time again before returning to his room at the base. It was only now that he was idle and got a moment of respite. It was after midnight. He Yun Ting had little sleep. Leaning on the edge of the bed and looking down at the communicator, he remembered what Lin Han said before he left. "Because you are Mr. Lin's lover." For a moment, He Yun Ting didn't want to think about anything. Lin Han told him to remember to use the communicator to keep in touch. He pressed his finger on the video screen, almost opening it. But it was too late. Lin Han was probably asleep by now. He Yun Ting knew that if he called now, Lin Han wouldn't be angry, but would use a soft, gentle tone, asking him, "What's wrong?" and saying a word or two of relief, reassuring him and reassuring himself. Even though he read his own horrible thoughts, he still chose to hug him, even pressed him back into bed, telling him he would help him. And earlier in time, Lin Han discussed with him about Shi Yuan. Beggingly told himself that he would just go and shake hands with the other man to listen to what he was thinking, and that nothing would happen to reassure him. He also wanted to do something for him. He Yunting thought to himself that Lin Han had already done enough. His fingers kept fondling the communicator many times, but finally he didn't want to press it. Shi Yuan was too dangerous, and many things clearly had nothing to do with him. He should enjoy a good dream, not accompany him in fear. He Yunting looked out the window at the unchanging cloudy starry sky and whispered a good night. They were prepared for all possible surprises and were on alert. But no one expected that the change would come sooner than expected. The next day, He Yunting still didn't wait for the military horn to sound to finish packing. Just dressed ready to go to the training ground, the communicator rang first. The most critical thing was that it was a special line from the Crown Prince. He thought it would be Wen Tianyao looking for some excuse to come to the base again, but didn't want to just connect. The voice he heard made He Yunting's face instantly cold. The empire didn't have marshals, and He Yunting, as the general with the highest military power, could skip over the group of pedantic old men who argued all day in the council and only follow the orders from the Crown Prince in this part about resignation. But this time the person wasn't Wen Tianyao. It was a direct order from the emperor's side. Usually what He Yunting was notified of directly was mostly an emergency, and an event that needed to be taken seriously and required mobilization of military power. General, you may need to temporarily stop the training at hand. The person in charge of delivering the message had a standard official accent, while the visual communications lit up with the emperor's scepter that represented the ability to mobilize military power. There's an urgent matter. The empire governed the M-star system, of which the core area was spread out centrally, and in the expansion year after year, gradually annexed many small planets with weak military power and small population one by one, and finally annexed them into their own system. For example, the two proton planets adjacent to the north, the people of those small planets remain unchanged. They were still attached to the management of the empire, equivalent to self-administration, but ultimately belonged to the empire's territory. And this incident was in the north of a certain Versus-shaped proton star. The people on these proton stars were actually similar to the civilian areas. Most of the best people were running to the core, the rest were idle. Since they were people with low spiritual power, but the self-regulation was relatively loose than the civilian areas, and could barely get by. And at some point, strange phenomena began to appear above them. V-Proton was a relatively close asteroid to Bugstar, but even if one was to say, close, it was only a relative distance, in fact, hundreds of thousands of light years apart. But strangely enough, many people had become ill. At first, only some betas appeared unconscious and trembling, shaking, speaking words that others didn't understand, and had the tendency to attack people. There were only 1 or 2 cases of this kind of human originally, and it didn't attract much attention. But gradually, everything went wrong. They started to attack each other, and while they still had reason, this reason was like a regrowth of instinct. Their ability to recover also became more amazing than ever. Some of them could even recover quickly without relying on normal drugs. Of course, this wasn't even the most crucial. The most crucial thing was, these people began to display strange symptoms, and the most typical one was the appearance of vertical pupils. So Mr. Admiral, we must trouble you with a trip this time. The local government of the V-Proton Star's order has been governed incompetently, so the sooner the better. Please go ahead and settle this matter. Chapter 71. Lin Han only learned of this news in the afternoon. Before He Yunting left the night before, he only had a general idea. Plus he had to go back to the research institute and sleep early, and only after dealing with the morning's business, he barely had the time to learn about it from others. Last night, he realized that something was wrong, and today the news that the V-Proton Star was out of control, to say that it was a coincidence wasn't really credible. Since it was a direct order, not through Wen Tianyao nor through the council, it had reached the point where it was necessary to send He Yunting. The V-Proton government directly sent a message of distress, and the empire in order to show their own importance to their star, certainly agreed to this request. Because it was a sudden situation, the news was all in the emergency broadcast of this matter. The people of the institute naturally also discussed it. But after all, the fire didn't burn their own house, so they had some other meanings between their words. Lin Han was walking to the break room when he heard the assembly department discussing the matter. After all, those who could enter the institute were all people who had gone through layers of screening and cultivation, and were in the core area. Even if someone didn't mean to, there was some subtle sense of class in the words. I went to V Proton once some years ago, nothing interesting, traffic is inconvenient. Many things are still not available, said one of them in uniform. When the core area of the barrier agent have come out to the 5th generation, V Proton over there could only buy the original version of the barrier agent. Quote. One of them patted him on the shoulder and explained, it's normal for blockers to lag over there, since they're basically beta. Yes, the previous person nodded and sighed, the news is quite serious this time, and they actually asked the general to go in person. Is it really that serious? But they shouldn't use too many mecha. After all, there aren't any Zerg, maybe it's a conspiracy. And since V Proton's star recently received too little attention, something happens, so they must take advantage of it now to have a little presence. Yes. And this time they directly sent the general out, which also means that they are taking it really seriously. His strength is undoubted. So this is really quite clever. Making the entire M star give attention to him, while also solving the problem. Yes. I just think it's a bit of a big deal to let General go. He's the one who was sneaked up on and still managed to fight 1 against 5, and finally came back from the border area. The news of the warship was only half released, so most people only knew how brave He Yun-ting was, and didn't care that he had also brought someone with him at that time, and how much danger the two had gone through together. When they saw Lin Han coming to get the nutrients, they called out to him. Lin Han. You just returned from the base. Right, how does it feel to follow the practical training? Is the general a particularly scary person? Lin Han originally wanted to leave directly, but finally hesitated for a moment and stopped in his tracks. He glanced at these two colleagues, whom he didn't know very well. They only knew that V Proton's resources weren't as good as the core, and that it was full of betas. And that He Yun-ting was cold and impersonal, like a stone that could never be warmed. These people. Perhaps they weren't bad in nature, and worked quite hard, but were limited by the so-called identity gender and the core area into creatures who only cared about themselves. They were born with some sense of superiority and wouldn't understand why some alphas were willing to be stuck in a place where resources were scarce when the core was so good, always at the forefront and not worried about being left behind. Like spoiled children. They didn't know that in fact, from the moment they were born, their fate had been categorized in that lesser category of survivor deviation. Lin Han listened. His hand on the cap of the nutrient, not unscrewing it. Lin Han looked at them and wanted to say no. He Yun-ting wasn't cold at all, but on the contrary, he's incredibly gentle. Every hug of his was warm, every kiss was cherished. Even the markings between creatures were packed with reason to be gentlemanly and careful. But when the two men saw that he didn't speak, one of them said for him, as if sympathetically and understandingly, well, you can guess a good deal from your silence at this moment. It's true that General is a better hero for us to watch from afar. I heard that it's quite easy to work in the base, although I also admire General. If I worked with him, I guess I'd die of cold. Another colleague also chimed in. People who followed the practical training last year said the same thing. Probably because Lin Han was an Omega, despite their good intentions. His colleagues would unconsciously take care of him and be extra lenient with him, even if he himself didn't actually need it. It's hard for you. You can't get used to it at the base, I guess. It's good you came back. The first colleague saw that he had been holding the nutrient in his hand for a long time, and also obediently and kindly extended his hand and asked, do you want me to unscrew it for you? Lin Han subconsciously dodged, not letting the other party touch him. No. Thanks. The two of them didn't care and continued to discuss what they were just talking about. When they got to the point of, I don't know how many days it will take for He Yun-ting to return from his trip to V Proton, Lin Han couldn't hold back and asked, when did the news say he was leaving? The colleague didn't know who this, he, referred to, after all. In the Empire. Such ranking officers were usually not called by their first names. Who? The general, Lin Han added. Oh. Didn't the message just say that they were leaving immediately? One of the colleagues spoke half his sentence, and watched Lin Han walk away while taking off his protective clothing and dust goggles for mecha operations. What's wrong? After all, Lin Han was known as a workaholic at the institute, and it wasn't uncommon for him to spend the night in his office or in the mecha in the R&D center. Ask for a leave of absence for me. And count it towards my annual leave. Lin Han said as he walked away from work for the first time before it was time to leave. Something came up and I have to go back. Lin Han packed up in the fastest way possible, without even changing his uniform, and was about to walk out of the office. But when he was just about to lock the door and leave, the previous impulse smoothed out again, and he had a rare moment of confusion. He Yun-ting had gone. Where was he now? Where should I go to look for him, and will it affect him? Lin Han only felt overwhelmed at this moment, and didn't even know if he should call He Yun-ting capriciously. After all, after returning from the base, their work gradually didn't intersect much. But before he could walk out of the institute, he heard a commotion coming from the entrance. Mr. Lin. Is Mr. Lin here? The intern in charge of the message called out his name, and when he saw Lin Han heading for the door, he hastily called out to him, Mr. Lin. There's a man in uniform at the entrance of the institute, saying he wants to see you for something. He said he was looking for you. Lin Han's heart jumped and he hurriedly ran towards the door. The intern said there was a man in uniform, but he couldn't name him, so it shouldn't be He Yun-ting or Lu Anhei. Lin Han didn't have time to think about this, he just focused on walking out. At first he didn't see He Yun-ting's flying machine and lost a point in his heart before he saw Chi Jamu, who was standing aside and saluted him. Mr. Lin. He spoke to Lin Han and pointed to the mecha he drove over. The general's inside waiting for you. All his apprehension from a few minutes ago dissipated, and Lin Han nodded towards Chi Jamu and walked over. He Yun-ting was dressed formally, exactly as he had been when he had taken the warship to the border area. He kept his head down, his military cap covering his eyebrows. And the mecha cabin had only the lights on to keep the system functioning at a basic level, like on the news. With coldness that rejected people. But after hearing the ringing from the hatch, he suddenly changed. Lin Han just walked in a hurry, didn't control his breathing, and bumped into his eyes, inexplicably a little nervous. You're here. Lu Anhei was too busy to contact you, because he'll be leaving soon, and the flying machine can't be used. That's why I borrowed his mecha to come over and see you. He Yun-ting's tone was calm. You should know all about it. I also heard it from my colleagues. So I hadn't. Lin Han was just about to say that he hadn't learned too much yet when he saw He Yun-ting extend his hand towards him. Come. He only said one word. But Lin Han understood what he meant in a moment. Come. I'll tell you. You can listen. Lin Han put his hand up and quickly learned what had happened between the previous day and now, as well as the causes and consequences. It wasn't at all what V Proton Star, since the jurisdiction for too long needs some imperial attention, but there had really been a very serious riot. And it was all related to the report from the night before. And Shi Yuan's name also passed through He Yun-ting's hands, to Lin Han's ears. After a short silence, He Yun-ting continued to speak. Chi Jamu will stay here. He Yun-ting explained. Even though he knew Lin Han could read his mind, he still spoke in detail. I will let him keep in touch with you, and I will also ensure your safety. His fingertips rubbed Lin Han's palm. No matter what. Safety first. Don't contact Shi Yuan alone under any circumstances. He Yun-ting's voice turned serious, not even if Chi Jamu is around. Okay. Lin Han felt He Yun-ting's worry and nervousness. It was the first time these emotions were displayed so bluntly in front of him. The other was obviously a person who wasn't even willing to say more than a few words, but at this moment, he grabbed the last bit of time and explained everything in detail. The communication system of V Proton Star is still quite alright, so if there's anything, you can contact me. And I will definitely return when I see it. If not, then wait for me to return. Got it. Lin Han's heart felt a gripping feeling again. He blinked his eyes, trying to shake off certain emotions. He pulled the corner of his mouth, knowing his smile must have been unsightly. What's wrong? Lin Han reached out and poked his nose, saying, He Yun-ting, you're so naggy. The other man wasn't expecting him to say that, and was a bit confused for a moment. Tilda, are you angry, Tilda? Lin Han's eyes felt a little sore, so he simply leaned into his arms. Have I ever been angry with you? Yes, even now. He Yunting was still very principled in telling the truth. I came to the repair room at that time, and you didn't want me to come near you. Lin Han thought it was funny. Why are you saying that? It's not like you didn't know that I was in heat. Lin Han avoided the topic and quickly went up to kiss him, and tasted him lightly. But I get it. I'll listen to everything. I'll wait for you to come back. Chapter 72. There was a moment of silence between the two of them, and for a while the only sound was the low hum of the mecha's engine running. He Yunting didn't explain too much. Lin Han also didn't ask why he didn't take him too. Both had their own tasks and work. Even if they were reluctant, they couldn't immediately leave everything behind. They simply stayed in this tiny space in a warm atmosphere. When do you leave? Lin Han asked softly. After a few seconds. He felt that he wasn't quite ready to express himself and asked again, you can stay with me for a few more minutes. He Yunting reached around the other man's waist and said, soon. If there's enough time, I'll go straight to your house and wait for you downstairs. Hearing this, Lin Han pulled He Yunting's hand over and stroked his fingers. Last time you left in such a hurry that you forgot to leave your fingerprints on the door. He Yunting raised his eyes for a moment. Not expecting the topic to suddenly turn so quickly, Lin Han took a breath and said, but it's okay. I'll just go back and enter your information. You can come up later if you want. Don't wait downstairs alone. Seeing that He Yunting didn't say anything, Lin Han felt that he looked easy to bully and pinched his face. Did you hear me? Yes. The man let him do it and answered in a whisper. He Yunting, Lin Han called out to him, suddenly withdrawing his voice. Why do you look so silly and nagging? It's not like you at all. But he didn't say it. Just pursed his lips and swallowed the words, saying, it's okay. He Yunting was sitting in the driver's seat, with a military appearance that was neat and meticulous. Even his sitting posture was very standard. If they put aside the little doubt in his blue eyes, he was still the son that people looked up to. Lin Han didn't know what he was thinking. As if he had been wearing the label of obedient and meek for more than 20 years after meeting He Yunting. He had been torn clean. Saying that it was okay to be ignorant and unaware, he just wanted to be a little more capricious in front of him, and anyway. The other man gently tolerated him. He thought so. And also did so. The driver's seat was obviously large, and it wasn't impossible for two people to sit properly side by side, but Lin Han came closer. One hand pushed He Yunting's shoulder, pressing him towards the backrest, and the other hand supported the bottom of the driver's seat, pushing his body forward and then sitting across He Yunting's lap. How sticky was he? He Yunting was still in the position of being squeezed by him on the back of the seat, and now they were almost stuck together. And because of Lin Han's movements, He Yunting's uniform became less flat and rubbed against Lin Han's skin with folds. He Yunting first stiffened for a moment, then cooperated with his movements and reached out to clasp him into his arms. Lin Han, who had gotten what he wanted, finally curved his eyes a little. Neither of them spoke for a while, and Lin Han, in He Yunting's embrace, looked out of the mecha cabin along with the display. The institute had been dealing with mecha all year round, and sometimes certain pilots would come here because of various problems with their mecha, so it was nothing new to have mecha parked at the entrance. He saw the two colleagues who had been talking about He Yunting earlier walking out one after the other, as if they had agreed to have dinner together after work, talking about something as they walked. When they ran into the mecha in front of them, they paused in confusion and exchanged words, probably curious as to why the newest mecha assigned to the base was now parked here, and whether something had gone wrong. Lin Han was able to see them through the display. The colleagues didn't know who was inside and didn't care, so they quickly left. Lin Han watched their shadows leave without a glance, and suddenly felt a warmth on his waist and a familiar scent close to him. What's wrong? The two were so close that even though He Yunting's voice was clearly not loud, it still caused Lin Han's eardrums and chest cavity to vibrate gently. After the confession, there was less silence between them, and He Yunting started to make an effort to talk more. For example, at this moment, Lin Han was staring at the monitor and thought he hadn't finished his work, so he asked, "Are you going back?" "No. I'm not going back," Lin Han hurriedly said. I just ran out early. While they were talking about you. He Yunting was still a cold and insubstantial label. The two people passing by earlier would have never thought that this was the same unapproachable general they were talking about. He would also worry. Also panic. And would take the last bit of time to meet with his lover, silent against the parting. After all, no one knew that it turned out he also loathed parting. You let Chi Jamu come over to me, so how will you return to the team later? Lin Han asked, buried in his shoulder. It's already arranged and parked at the berth, he's still doing the final count, and I just borrowed Chi Jamu's mecha to come over. Although they mentioned concealing, Chi Jamu went to the border area to pick them up, so it was unlikely he didn't notice something. Instead, he took the initiative to cover for them without saying a word, and never made any meaningless inquiries or speculations about their relationship. What about his brother? Thinking of this, Lin Han asked. No need to prioritize me, let him protect Professor Shu first. After all, the last incident only happened a short while ago, maybe the other side will take advantage of this time to strike again, which would be worse. He Yunting didn't speak immediately, he obviously already considered this issue. Lin Han understood what he was thinking and said to He Yunting, I will report to you every day on time, and I won't go anywhere. He was answered by the other man's tightening arms. The two of them were crammed into the apparently spacious space in a position that looked incredibly mushy. Lin Han sat on him. And he felt that he wasn't in heat, but he was as soft as a puddle of water, as if he could melt into his body and surround him in a moment, so that there would be no separation between them, and he could accompany He Yunting to face all the unknown that was to come. He hugged He Yunting back with his arms. The other hid a little, but finally did not want to end this hug, so Lin Han listened to his heart with 1,000 words of reluctance. In the gap of nasal soreness suddenly gave birth to some gladness. I'm glad He Yunting can't read minds, so he can't hear those capricious emotions inside me. He wouldn't be less upset than the other, and even wanted to keep him, accompany only him, only care for him, and love only him. So that was all right, it was all right. Luckily He Yunting couldn't read minds. Otherwise he might really become more vulnerable because of these emotions of his, and then both of them would be clingy. Like the ones he saw when he was a child, those inseparable lovers in the civilian area who stuck together all day long. There was no intention to break out of the civilian area, just falling in love. As long as they could embrace each other, then life and death would just be the blandest of words. That wouldn't be real. Forget it. Don't think about that. Lin Han smiled anew, helplessly or somewhat reluctantly, also using all his efforts at the moment. General. Give Mr. Lin a kiss goodbye, okay. He closed his eyes, but wasn't as active as before. His eyelashes fluttered gently because of his breathing, his lips curled up like sweet and rosy towards the thyme petals that desperately needed to be cherished. He Yunting didn't hesitate this time. Lowered his head and took it. Lin Han felt that this kiss was a bit astringent, as he wasn't crying and He Yunting looked as calm as usual. He Yunting kissed slowly. Even his sucking became careful, like he wanted to remember every inch of Lin Han's mouth. Lin Han, unsurprisingly, smelled a fragrance of ebony and something rose up with desire, but they both ignored it. They clearly just wanted to have a good kiss. It was only when He Yunting's communicator rang that Lin Han licked his lower lip and tapped He Yunting on the shoulder as a reminder. Boss. It's all arranged, Lu Anhe said, we're at the berth of the L zone, so you can come directly when you're ready. Although Chi Jamu wasn't going, his mecha was temporarily commandeered, so he could bring He Yunting over along the way. He Yunting breathed calmly, I'll be there soon. Lin Han gave him a look, slowly got up from him, stood up, and helped He Yunting straighten his clothes that were a little wrinkled by him. He Yunting let him do it with his eyes downcast, and finally said, then, shouldn't Mr. Lin return now? Lin Han didn't answer the question immediately, only patted the wrinkles on He Yunting's shoulders, then straightened his shoulder patch and tie, and solemnly checked again, MN. It's fine. Then you. I've heard that there are oddbound creatures in the L zone berth that like to eat a lot. Lin Han looked around, drop me off on the way. I'll go buy some of their food for Ger. It's tired of eating everything at home lately. He Yunting didn't say anything, nor did he poke Lin Han, who obviously lived in the core area, but had to go to the L zone to buy something at his own peril. I won't bother you. I'll just give you a ride. Lin Han said, okay. He Yunting finally didn't refuse, just called up Chi Jamu and told him to go back to the cockpit, and the three of them proceeded together towards the L-zone berth. Although the Crown Prince gave the order directly, he didn't tell the people at which berth they left from, and because of the urgency of the situation, the battle wasn't as grand as when they boarded the warship before, and seemed very low-key. In order not to draw attention to himself, Lin Han took the initiative to ask Chi Jamu to stop when he was almost at the rendezvous point and said, "This is it." After all, there was a third person present, so He Yunting just responded with a, "Yes." The two of them looked deeply into each other's eyes, but Lin Han still couldn't hold back and grabbed He Yunting's hand. "Wait for me to come back. Tilda." He blinked his eyes and finally forced himself not to hesitate before leaving the mecha. And coincidentally, Lu Anhe also happened to bring people over to gather with He Yunting. Xu Ziong, who originally said that he wanted Chi Jamu's protection, appeared in front of the two at this moment. Wasn't he not going to appear here? Lin Han thought. The reason why Lu Anhe brought him here as a cover was probably because Xu Ziong couldn't be found, and let Xu Ziong get on his mecha while he was still in the group. Lu Anhe also saw him. But in order not to draw attention to him, he just gave Lin Han a hurried look and walked towards the berth. But he couldn't conveniently say anything now, he just nodded towards Xu Ziong as a greeting. Xu Ziong gave Lin Han a polite look and smiled at him. Chapter 73. The emergency dispatch of this team left from the berth after half an hour. Chi Jamu had to go back to the base for something, so Lin Han let him go first, saying that he would take his time to go back by public flying machine. The other looked a little hesitant, afraid that Lin Han might have an accident, but finally Lin Han persuaded him to leave first, so he asked Lin Han to maintain communication. After all, the general public couldn't get close to the berth, and the sound of mecha landing and evacuation was heard all the time, from far away. It wasn't too noisy, and the residents nearby were used to it. So Lin Han couldn't tell which group was the ordinary mecha and which group was He Yunting's army. Lin Han acted like he had come here to help Ger buy something, and carefully shopped around several stores, picking out a number of different things, and ordering a small felt ship for the little one to play with. When he approached a pet supply store, the owner of the store was leaning leisurely with his legs crossed, watching a TV show. When he saw a customer coming, he sat up straight and asked Lin Han what he needed with a smile on his face. Lin Han casually mentioned his needs, and the shopkeeper enthusiastically introduced him to several different kinds of snacks and staples, and couldn't help but glance at him while talking. Even though the man in the L-zone didn't recognize his clothes as those from the institute, he could tell that they were from the core district at a glance. Lin Han, who was already an attention grabber, had a much better temperament than the rest of them, and was as polite and gentle as the celebrities he saw on TV. The store owner, who rarely saw people from over there, asked half enviously and half curiously, "The store can support virtual orders, so why did you make a special trip?" Lin Han smiled lightly and said, "I came here by chance, so I bought some things for my little one." The store owner learned that the one in his house was a kujar. After all, there were only a few oddbound creatures, and the envy in his eyes increased. "Then you can look at these small snacks in the store. It can eat and play with them and it will surely like it." Lin Han was about to follow his recommendation to choose some things, when suddenly he felt a slight tremor from the ground, and quickly calmed down. The owner of the store was eager to explain, "This place is next to the mooring, and there are often mecha mooring or landing. It's normal, sir. Don't be nervous." Lin Han responded politely and nodded his head, and his expression looked relaxed, except that his original casual selection became a little stiff, and his hand unconsciously grabbed the snack recommended for Ger. The store owner didn't notice anything, still introducing products to Lin Han, then heard the white uniformed youth suddenly speak, "So from here to V Proton Star about how far is it?" "You mean the V Proton Star that just had an accident?" The owner of the store was very understanding. "In fact, I don't know the specific voyage since the berthing and sailing volume is very large. Even if I was born here, I didn't pay attention, only heard it's about a day or so. V Proton Star is close after all. If it wasn't, they wouldn't ask the Empire for help." Soon there was another not-so-subtle jolt, and the boss smiled at Lin Han. "It's too far from our lives to care. Maybe this wave is headed for V Proton, don't you think?" Lin Han's palms unconsciously began to ooze a fine sweat, squeezing the things in his hands, trying to say calmly, "Mn." Maybe he had set off now. Mixed with a certain roar that he couldn't distinguish. It wasn't until those noises stopped coming from the moorings for a short time that Lin Han walked out of the store with the things the boss had packed for him. He stood there in a daze. It was still early. Since he had just come out of the institute, Lin Han looked for the parking place of the public flying machine, which wasn't too far away, and prepared to walk there. However, after walking for a while, he felt a little tired because he might have walked too fast or his hands might be heavy. After the realization, he rummaged in his pocket and took out one of the things he hated the most. It was the nutritional supplement that he had wanted to open at the institute. His colleague was talking about He Yun Ting at that time, but still tried to open it for him enthusiastically, which was declined by Lin Han. He Yun Ting would take the initiative to unscrew it for him several times before handing it to him, and even when he tried to cheat and wouldn't drink it, he would use some methods he didn't expect. Lin Han looked down at what was in his hand, unscrewed it with a little effort, then drank it little by little without frowning, then threw the package away in silence and took the flight home alone. There was still work to be done. Plus the little guy had watched too much TV recently and he needed to restrain it a little. Tomorrow there would be a new program test. And he was sure he didn't develop a successful model and needed to continue to refine his research. He could actually do everything. Except for his poor physique, and was no different from others. Whether He Yun Ting was there or not, he could do it all by himself. That was what Lin Han thought when he opened the door, bent down habitually, and waited for the little one who heard the noise to coo and run over to his shoulder. Lin Han did follow his plan, working and living in an orderly manner, except that from the evening onwards, he started to keep checking the time, and even Ger sensed that something was wrong. When it was time to go to bed, he was ready to disconnect the internet in the living room to avoid Ger from popping up in the middle of the night to catch up on a drama, but when he walked to the TV, he still caught it watching the news. The evening news announcer read a script saying that the emergency peacekeeping mecha team led by General had left, had made contact with the V-Proton government, and would begin operations as soon as they arrived. The news cut to a debriefing from V-Proton, where the executive prime minister thanked the empire for its care of his district and said he was confident that with General in place, he would get through this difficult time. He Yun Ting wasn't on the screen, and after a brief summary, the announcer moved on to the next news item. Lin Han sat on the floor and instead of immediately turning off the TV, he froze for a while. Ger originally thought he was coming to disconnect it, and at first he resisted a little, but after seeing that he didn't make the next move after a long time, he shook his hair and carefully jumped into his arms. Ger took the initiative to stuff himself into Lin Han's palm, hoping that he would be happier if he touched it. After feeling Ger's reassurance, Lin Han was able to pull himself out of the inexplicable emotion and followed his movements, gently stroking its head. How could it be so strange, Lin Han thought. Even if He Yun Ting was still at the base, still in the core area, the two couldn't see each other often. Sometimes he was so busy training that he didn't even have the time to contact him. The only time Lin Han left the Empire was a while ago when he followed He Yun Ting to the border area for practical training. He didn't know what was going on there. And he didn't even know what the V-Proton star looked like, so he couldn't even say what he was told to say. What to do? Lin Han scratched the little one's fur. I miss him right now. Ger couldn't talk. But since seeing Lin Han take the initiative to kiss He Yun Ting in front of the zoo, it finally understood deeply that he was no match for that man. It could only reach a reconciliation with itself heartily. As long as that stinky-faced man wouldn't mention the shaving matter again, it would reluctantly not bother with him and be tolerant. The little guy didn't know how to comfort Lin Han, it just had to put its paws away and started rolling around in his hands. Lin Han was finally amused by its action, cupped it in front of him and looked into its wet little eyes. Are you comforting me? Ger paused in his movements for a moment, then nuzzled him with his tail in affirmation. Thank you. Lin Han held it in his hand and came up to him to thank him. Ger's nose twitched. Lin Han had a reassuring feeling of being healed by it and looked at the little one in front of him, gently coming up and kissing the top of its head. He said, I'm okay. He was fine. But the little one was starting to act weird. Ger started shivering and with a swift speed, the entire mass became hot. It seemed that it couldn't even roll around anymore, and all 4 paws were opened in a weird position in reverse, spinning around in Lin Han's palm, and peeking out again, looking at Lin Han with its black bean eyes. It seemed to be excited and shy. After a while, Ger jumped dizzily from his hand, retreated into the blanket and began to savor it. Lin Han turned off the light before saying, "Good night." It was only before going to sleep that he inevitably recalled the afternoon's events, remembering the familiar ebony scent coming from the interval of each other's embrace. A little pheromone was common when a couple were in love, and it was obviously not surprising. But Lin Han sat on the bed and suddenly felt that something wasn't quite right. On the other hand, He Yunting's emergency troops didn't stop, finally arriving at the V-proton star that had the riot in a day's time. Xu Ziong would follow. And he didn't expect it. However, Lu Anhe understood that He Yunting had doubts and explained to him right away, "Professor Xu said he would come along with us." He Yunting looked at Xu Ziong, who had a serious face. "It's not always possible to guarantee your safety." Xu Ziong had considered this matter before he came, and said with no fear on his face, "I don't need special care, but I must follow you to the scene. After all, it was my student. And the fermentation of the incident is too fast, so this research must have been carried out by someone in private," he said slowly. "If I'm there, maybe we can solve the problem at the source. And then General, please trust me." He Yunting finally just tensed his lips and didn't resist again. Since his departure there was always a not-so-subtle blockage of depressed air in his heart, making him inexplicably feel annoyed and unable to find an outlet. After arriving at V-Proton, the government officials who were supposed to meet and explain the situation weren't waiting at the promised location on time. V-Proton's environment and climate were good, except for the fact that it wasn't able to keep up with the production due to the backward technology, which led to the final jurisdiction of the empire. It was almost considered an excellent planet to live on. The capital was a rainforest city, no matter how expensive or cheap. Lush trees that could only survive on V-Proton were planted around the city, forming a unique ecology. Since most of the people on the planet were betas, there was no strong chain of contempt within the empire, so it was easy to live. But this didn't seem to be the case now. The troops marched down the map towards the city, and the deeper they went, the more alarming it became. If V-Proton Star was a vibrant rainforest before, it now resembled a withered flower. The original pride of the rainforest ecology had begun to show the exhaustion of the situation. Obviously the most prosperous city of V-Proton was now like a dead city. All the houses had closed doors, many of the surrounding trees were broken, revealing traces of dried pulp, standing east and west on the roadside. What was even scarier were the bodies. The road was covered with bright red blood. From the original bustling store entrance to the road, the public aircraft ride point was piled with several unrecognizable limbs, burned by a flame from somewhere. Underneath the trees, almost every one of them, there was more than one person, either dead or alive. But all motionless. Just as everyone wondered what was happening, as the roaring sound from the mecha echoed through the dead-looking city. But when the troops turned on the biological search system, it again showed that there were clearly many more humans in the area. And according to the thermal feedback, the so-called living people exposed on the thermal display were all people who appeared to be motionless. "Stop," He Yunting ordered. After realizing what was going on, his mind moved. "Turn on Zerg interference mode." The change happened in an instant. After the mecha turned on the special sound waves dedicated to tempting the Zerg, the people who had been motionless and stacked in scattered piles gradually straightened up again. Their faces were yellowed. Their heartbeats and breathing were clear. Yellowish faces. Heartbeats and breathing. Not aggressive after being attracted by the burst of sound waves, but coming in groups toward them. The most obvious, of course, were the eyes that were no longer clear, and the pupils that were vertical in each one. He Yunting heard a sharp intake of breath coming from the communicator between the mecha. Soon, Lu Anhe's voice rang out. "Boss. These," he paused for a moment, but didn't say the word, "people," instead asked, "Do you want to charge the arsenal right away?" If they weren't people, just one shot of the magnetic rail cannon and they would be instantly destroyed. Chapter 74. Did they need to use weapons? They were now faced with these people who had regained their life because of the imitation Zerg sound waves. Apart from the stiffness of their limbs and the alarming blood stains on their bodies, they seemed to be no different from normal people. No one spoke for a while in the communicator, everyone was waiting for an order, or rather, a summary of the properties of these creatures in front of them. They were now in a situation that couldn't be returned to normal. Hyun-Ting looked at the scene in front of him. In a sergeant's day-to-day training, there wasn't only a need to constantly improve their physical functions and proficiency in mecha driving, in addition, understanding and mastering the restraint Zerg physiological characteristics was also very critical. There were thousands of different kinds of Zerg, but in general terms, they could still outline their basic habits. Born xenophobic, they had absolute hostility to non-identical creatures and were brutal and vicious. They were very territorial. For the sake of similarity they would fight with the enemy to the death before giving up. But their sense of unity was very strong. And compared to humans, they had a much simpler relationship between their kind. If there was no enemy, they were very friendly to their own kind, almost called selfless. And now no one knew the attributes of these humans. Turn off the sound waves, Hyun-Ting said, change to human frequency. If there is intense hostility, or a high desire for destruction, he paused violently, seemingly in some discomfort, then just shoot. There wasn't even the most basic peacekeeping mecha here on V-Proton, so it must have been abandoned. Since there was no guarantee whether they would still pose a threat to the rest of the surviving humans, the only option was to remove them for insurance purposes. Lu Anhei took a breath, repeated the order, and said, "Okay." The Aegis was incredibly defensive, and was in the front row of the formation. He did as he was told and turned off the imitation Zerg sound waves. The people who were otherwise unaggressive shook and seemed to freeze in confusion. But after Lu Anhei released the frequencies belonging to humans, the situation changed dramatically. The vertical pupils belonging to them tightened, and the people first reacted for a moment, and soon realized the presence of hostility. The human frequency was the object of their attack, and they began to look for the source of sound. Their stiff necks strained, and from their throats they issued sounds that could no longer be understood by humans. They seemed to have a collective nature, and didn't blindly run up one by one, but communicated in an unintelligible voice. Those who had been scattered under the trees, creeping in the public aircraft berth began to assemble. They unconsciously stretched their limbs, until dozens were gathered into a small group, and began to follow the sound waves sent to the place before changing into a violent sprint. Their speed was unusually agile, and they weren't as stiff as they had been earlier, charging at Lu Anhei's mecha in a higher-than-usual run, using all their limbs as weapons. Running all the way to the mecha and attacking it in unison against the cold, hard metal. The defensive value of the Aegis shield was high, and Lu Anhei had opened the advanced shield in advance, so what was presented before the eyes of these Imperial pilots who had arrived was such a bizarre scene. The people came in a steady stream. Their limbs were weapons, they used their own hands as legs, viciously swinging and attacking at the steel. Since they were still human limbs, even if they made a frightening crashing sound, even if it made their own limbs become bloody and even no longer intact, it didn't stop them from continuing their vicious actions. Soon, the vicinity of Lu Anhei's mecha was piled up with bloody severed limbs, but they felt no pain and continued to hiss and crash without a care in the world. Fire. Soon, the order came from the command room. Hyun-Ting sounded as if he was having a hard time, and fortunately only Lu Anhei picked it up. Don't use weapons with too much intensity, the magnetic rail gun is enough. Aim at these. Hyun-Ting hesitated for a moment before saying, unknown creatures. Wait a minute. When Lu Anhei was about to follow orders, Shu Xiong on his mecha finally couldn't help but speak out, they may still be saved. Even if they can't recover, maybe they'll get better. Isn't that what I came here for? Why do we have to drive them to extinction as soon as we come? Lu Anhei didn't stop the movement of energy storage, just pursed his lips. Professor Shu, this is an order. Because Shu Xiong's presence wasn't revealed for the time being, he wasn't able to speak directly with Hyun-Ting, but he still sweated anxiously. Where are they not human? They are obviously still breathing, still have a heartbeat. Still can. He paused. Lieutenant Colonel Lu, you told me to talk to the general. No. You can't be this hasty. Hyun-Ting seemed to notice Aegis's somewhat sluggish movements, quickly guessed that it was Shu Xiong, so he reopened the communicator. No matter what, clear this batch first. V-Proton Star can't be the only batch either. As for the rest, we will discuss it later. Understood. Lu Anhei received the order, turned off the communication with M2742, nodded apologetically to Xu Ziyang, not looking at the other party's trembling lips again, just closed his eyes. And slowly aimed the magneto-orbital cannon, which had already finished charging, at the humans, who were still desperately attacking. Boom! A loud sound echoed out. Xu Ziyang was shaken by this sound, his lips turned white, his body was cold, his eyes were full of incomprehension. Don't. But Lu Anhei only listened to He Yunting's orders, and drove the mecha to kill the 10 or so people who hadn't yet had time to converge, one by one. According to the condition of the life forms present, Lu Anhei aimed at their brains. So not only the pile that was blown up and turned into ashes was completely disfigured, but also the people that were killed by a single point were no longer intact and looked desolate and horrible. 5 minutes later, a 5-kilometer radius of the street was completely cleaned up. Human frequency sound waves were still ringing, but those things no longer pounced out. March directly to the V-Protonian government. He Yunting's voice sounded without rise and fall, as if the almost murderous order just now didn't come from his mouth. Figure out what's really going on. But getting to the main government city wasn't that easy, much less that close. They landed early. But they didn't expect to encounter such a situation. Now the city hall couldn't be contacted, and with the situation unknown, they could only communicate with the other head first. Xu Ziyang couldn't help but dry heave for a long time after eliminating the group of humans. His face couldn't recover for half a day. He was an Omega. Although not as weak as Lin Han, who couldn't live without nutrients, he was propped up against the hatch, silent for a long time. The team hadn't yet arrived, so even though Xu Ziyang was filled with anger, he still couldn't directly face He Yunting yet. Although the V-Proton star wasn't developed, the land was vast. And there was a long stretch of rainforest terrain in the middle, so arriving in a day was a bit difficult. Unlike the last time, there was a battleship as a carrier, and although mecha had adapted to different climates, there was always a time to adjust and repair after a long march. What was more, he originally wanted to speed up, but before he reached the halfway point, Lu Anhei finally became acutely aware of the difference in his constant communication with He Yunting. Without hesitation, he immediately switched to the private channel to speak to He Yunting. "Boss. Are you?" The only thing that answered him was a suppressed gasp, proving his suspicion. Lu Anhei immediately silenced his voice, only to sigh worriedly over the comm. He Yunting and Lu Anhei had an agreement that during the course of the mission, if He Yunting himself had an unexpected situation, Lu Anhei could make a decision for him based on the circumstances he was in, such as whether he needed to pause for half a day, or go full speed ahead. The susceptible period was almost every alpha's inescapable nightmare. If it was Lu Anhei himself, He Yunting would let him rest immediately and generously give him 2 days off. But when it came to his own situation, it was unlikely. "How far is it?" He Yunting asked. "Because V-Protons the rainforest terrain in the approaching night time, we can get there around the morning of the second day or noon." Lu Anhei hesitated for a moment and said, "You. There's nothing wrong with me." He Yunting replied dryly, "Give me some time." Lu Anhei couldn't remember how many times He Yunting had gone through a period of susceptibility. If it was a time when he wasn't on a mission, he could get through it slowly, but if he was on a mission, he would almost use his mental power to force himself to last through this period of time that would normally take an alpha a day or two to get through. How long? Lu Anhei's voice was a bit astringent. This side confirmed no life or Zerg activity traces, plus the mecha need to rest and resupply for a while. "I can give you half a day, no need for half a day." He Yunting interrupted, "A few hours. That's all." Lu Anhei couldn't help but worry, "But boss, it had to be shortened to such a small amount of time, how could he last? Who could stand it?" "Don't tell Mr. Lin." This was what He Yunting said when he finally cut the communication. But just because Lu Anhei didn't say it, it didn't mean Lin Han didn't notice. On the day he left, he sensed something was wrong. The hug at the time of departure, the pheromone that he almost ignored, and the fact that He Yunting hadn't reached out to him after so long. Lin Han was smart. So he figured it out. When Chi Jamu came over on time to ask him how he was doing, Lin Han told him the truth and let the other leave with peace of mind. He immediately began to count days since He Yunting's last susceptible period. That time, the other relied on their hugs and pheromone to get through, but now, Lin Han was unable to hold back and switched to He Yunting's private communication after a long time. The first thing he did was to ask Lu Anhei. But the other party was reluctant to say anything, telling him that the team was still recuperating and that He Yunting might be sleeping. But he still didn't give up. And after a hasty response, he couldn't resist choosing to try and call him again. However, as if to avoid it, the signal of successful contact lasted for a long time before He Yunting picked up. He felt as if He Yunting was resisting something, not wanting to reject his communication, but at the same time not willing to connect immediately because of those wavering things. It was as if he was waiting for his patience to run out first, so that he could face those difficult hardships alone. What was the susceptible period for an alpha? It was the biological instinct that couldn't be restrained, the desire to completely destroy or completely possess. It was the unspeakable, intense dryness. The desire to clutch the terrible thoughts firmly and not to frighten the other person in the slightest, but those things still leaked out along with the voice. V Proton's communication system wasn't as well made as the Empire's, so He Yunting's voice sounded somewhat distorted across the distant radio waves. Mr. Lin. Even now He Yunting was still used to calling this name. Lin Han didn't want to correct it, whatever was fine. Once upon a time it was restraint, then now it was tenderness with restraint. But no matter how distorted, mixed with the interference of electromagnetic waves, Lin Han still heard the other's efforts to suppress it seemed low and hoarse. The moment he heard the other's voice, Lin Han suddenly seemed to have lost his. And only after a few seconds did he move his lips with some trembling to call his name. MN. He Yunting answered very briefly. And Lin Han seemed to feel that the other wanted to say something else, but after a low, muffled and hidden gasp, he went quiet again. He Yunting might have wanted to ask, "Are you okay?" or he might want to report his situation. In the end, nothing was said. Lin Han didn't let go of that low gasp, and his heart seized a little. It must have been very difficult for him. I had a decent intake of nutrients, Lin Han volunteered since He Yunting wouldn't speak, on time and in the right amount. MN. The response to him was still a short syllable. I didn't work overtime or sleep at the institute. I told Chi Jamu everything that happened, and it's all safe. I didn't go looking for Shi Yuan, and I slept well last night. Lin Han said and laughed at himself. He couldn't imagine that he was poking He Yunting's nose for being nosy a few days ago, but now he had become the one who talked a lot. But across the distance of light years away, the so-called thoughts were just worthless smoke and dust in the universe. It could dissolve itself into the Milky Way, scatter in an endless sea of stars, and fall back into the gravel of time. Then the starry sky, when you look up, the air when you breathe, I'm thinking of you. Even the electromagnetic waves of communication at this moment also carried the temperature of my embrace for you. So there was nothing to be ashamed of. I miss you so much, he said, but this time He Yunting didn't respond immediately. He seemed to be trying to restrain something, but the habit he had developed over the years, the thing of patience he had done too many times, was almost the best he could do. After only a second, he reverted to a cold and calm voice, MN. So. He Yunting. Lin Han didn't want to wait, and picked up immediately after his voice, where are you? The cockpit. The other seemed to take a sip of water, suppressing an increasingly fervent longing. You're in your susceptible period, right? Lin Han said. He Yunting was silent and didn't deny it. Same as before. Smothered inside alone to get through it. No one will say anything, and you don't want to bother anyone. Whether it's restraint with mental strength or hard pressure, you're all going through it. Right. Lin Han's tone wasn't complaining, and could even be called calm, just stating this fact in a soft voice. The key was that the susceptibility period was often linked to desire, and He Yunting seemed to be naturally repulsed by this kind of thing. He loathed himself when he was bound by nature and couldn't get rid of it. He could only shrink up alone, in a place where no one knew, fighting with instincts to the point of bloodshed and refusing to admit defeat. Even though Lin Han had told him that sex and love didn't have to be separate, that he didn't have to become stiff and cold in order not to give in to his desires. I'm not, even at this moment. He Yunting remained in control of his voice, unwilling to give the other man any extra worry. It will soon pass. He Yunting. Lin Han called his name, but suddenly changed the subject. Then let me ask you. What do you think the glory you're guarding is? The glory itself, is it real? The other seemed not to expect him to ask this question, and after taking a calming breath quickly replied, of course. But glory can't be seen or felt, sometimes you can't even perceive it. And yet you can fight for it all your life. Lin Han spoke slowly and gently, as if giving the other man an example. Step by step, hand by hand, coaxing him to break free from his own once unashamedly physical urges. But it does exist. He Yunting didn't mean to argue with Lin Han. It's not a concept fabricated by humans, it truly exists as a carrier of justice, bravery, and the ability to sacrifice and devote oneself to it. Yes. A vehicle. Lin Han said, there's a vehicle for glory. So the question is simple. Lin Han slowed down his voice and transmitted it to He Yunting's ears through the electromagnetic waves of the moment. The reason why humans aspire to glory is because it carries the justice and bravery you speak of. But you don't have to think so seriously. Lin Han smiled as he remembered the words He Yunting had reassured him when he first entered space. You see, food that is salty needs water, and water is the carrier of thirst, and I have a poor physique that needs nutrients. And nutrients are the carrier of the so-called physique standard. The feeling of thirst that cannot be clearly grasped, and the artificially identified physique can then both be expressed. And what is desire? Lin Han said. It's the instinct that you have been abandoning as if it had no object, and it will have a bearer. You love me. Even though He Yunting had said it many times during the confession, Lin Han's voice became soft when he mentioned these three words again. You don't tell me anything because of your aversion to instinct, but nature itself is love and dissatisfaction. So, He Yunting, you see me clearly. Lin Han said, I am the vehicle of your desire. He Yunting didn't speak for a long time. The distance between them spanned a long distance, with electromagnetic waves as a carrier, rustling in the silence between light years. But Lin Han's words seemed to have an effect, and He Yunting finally didn't forcefully suppress his unbearable lust. Instead, he tried to let them loose for the first time, gently trembling, which crossed through the communicator to Lin Han's side. Lin Han waited for a long time before a dry, I'm fine, came from the other side. He understood that even with the wavering, He Yunting was still rejecting his innate desire. But he was patient. But, He Yunting finally said, even if I acknowledge it, still. He didn't go on. What was he trying to say? That Lin Han wasn't around? Or was it that he still couldn't face his desires openly? Lin Han's heart was beating fast, and he bit his lip hard. He thought of a way. And because it was the first time he tried it himself, he was inevitably nervous. But he wanted to do something about it rather than let He Yunting go through it alone, as he always did. He Yunting, Lin Han spoke slowly and steadily, you can always be honest with me. Desire and love. There's no need to hide it from me, I understand it all. Turn the video message on and look at me. Chapter 75. Lin Han's face only belatedly burned a little after he finished speaking. The day and night of V Proton wasn't the same as in the core area, so even though it was already late at night where He Yunting was, Lin Han had only just gotten off work. Ger watched TV without listening to anything outside the window. Lin Han tried to suppress the panic that was about to spill out of his heart, and confirmed that the doors and windows of his room were closed tightly. He originally lived near the Imperial Military University, which was always quiet at night, and for professional reasons, his corner had a unique quiet atmosphere. The video function of the communicator was very well done. As long as both parties agreed to connect, a virtual electronic light screen would pop up, and could clearly and without delay show the opposite scene, and hear each other's voices. It wasn't the first time they opened a video message. The last time He Yunting wanted to use a strange reason to invite Lin Han to the base to participate in practical training, and accidentally used Lu Anhei's communicator to connect. The two looked at each other speechless for a moment. He Yunting bluntly said, Mr. Lin is very beautiful. Quote. After He Yunting hesitated for a long time before clicking on the agree option, when he saw the face he hadn't seen for several days again, he felt that it wasn't without reason that he would say it out of the blue at that time. The youth was really beautiful. Especially now that he was obviously nervous and shy, but he had the courage to do something he had never done before. His pupils were clear. Almost through the point of the world's juvenile gas, but a closer look at his cheeks, they were a little red. His lips were also, because of apprehension, were bitten, showing little tooth marks, like moisture and color after a long kiss. He seemed to have just taken a shower. His hair was partly dried, since the ends were still slightly wet. In the warm light, he was wrapped in pureness, and from so far away, Hyun-ting felt like he could smell his clean and soft scent. Even though he couldn't touch the other. The youth reached out his hand across the screen and waved at him like he was nudging his nose on the day he left, saying, Hyun-ting. Lin Han saw the other's environment clearly. It was the mecha pod of M.2742 that the two had stayed in numerous times before when they were trapped in the border area. Hyun-ting's expression still seemed to be in pain. Still trying to hold on to keep his expression from changing significantly. One hand was propped up on the sophisticated and complex operating table, his 5 fingers were flexed. Each knuckle clearly distinguishable. Even the pale blue veins were visible under the thin skin of the back of his hand. Knowing that he was in the mecha cabin, Lin Han's tension was slightly relieved. That mecha was the most familiar to him, and M.2742's sound insulation and protection were excellent. But even if it was difficult for Hyun-ting, his eyes were still chasing him, not willing to let go for a moment. He just didn't speak. When are you guys leaving again? Lin Han asked. Soon. Hyun-ting's tone was still steady. Even without meeting, he wouldn't lie to Lin Han, overnight. Lin Han moved his lips and fell silent again. He still didn't know how Hyun-ting survived the previous susceptible periods, just sitting alone with the hatch closed. Even Lin Han's own desires were hard to face. He didn't know many things that were worse than death, smelling his pheromone flow, but he didn't care. Only silently tried to endure the torment. He saw Hyun-ting in a military uniform, sharp and flat, only the sweat seeping out from under the brim of the hat and slightly messy forehead hair, telling Lin Han that at this moment he was actually not calm. Look at me. Lin Han said the same thing as before, if you have any difficult feelings, tell me. He saw Hyun-ting's hesitation and patience between his eyes, and softened his tone a few points, more gently than when he was talking to Ger. Only I can hear. Only I can see. Hyun-ting, of course, turned off the mecha's routine recording and video functions, leaving only the most basic energy for lighting, excluding the faintly flashing indicator table. The entire cockpit was filled only with Lin Han's image, and his voice. He saw the Omega's lips open and close when he opened his mouth, and every word carried a sweetness that could almost be embodied by himself, and the vigorous and intense desire to invade. For a few seconds, Hyun-ting used almost all his efforts at the moment to convert this horrible thought into a not-so-gentle gasp. Hyun-ting. I would never deny you. But Lin Han didn't give him the chance to continue holding back, or rather, he was baiting him from the beginning. Hot. A moment later, Hyun-ting finally said the first word beyond his endurance. This one word seemed to open up a certain unspeakable layer of separation between the two, and even though he was prepared, Lin Han took a deep breath before speaking very slowly. Then do you want to do something to me? The Omega was wearing comfortable pajamas, a stark contrast to the well-dressed officer in front of him. One soft, one sharp, one sweet and pure, one cold and hard but gentle. The last time he helped Hyun-ting, Lin Han didn't have much skill, but now that he was so far away, he understood that sound and picture were the most important things at the moment. Lin Han had, after all, spent time in the civilian areas. And some Omegas would use themselves as tradable commodities to make ends meet, and some means more than that. But he was willing to turn on the video for Hyun-ting was already considered to have the courage, and couldn't do anything else for a while. He swallowed a mouthful of saliva. And it seemed that there was no part of his body that wasn't perfect, even the knot of his throat was so delicate that it was tempting to bite it, suck it with his lips. He wanted to suck on it and swallow all the wonderful sounds that might come out of Lin Han's lips. Lin Han continued speaking to Hyun-ting. Do you want to come close to me, hold me, and kiss me? You know I want you to. Lin Han actually had a wonderful feeling in between the tension. The man who had never been above the world, who had never seen anything, had taken advantage of the other man's susceptibility to reach out and pull him down from the altar, tearing off his heavy packaging, letting him fall into lust with his own hands in his own voice. He wanted to get his hands on him. His original abstinent soul was engraved with a brand that belonged exclusively to him. Your earlobes must be very cold. Lin Han said, imagine I'm kissing it. He didn't press Hyun-ting to speak again, but instead took all the initiative into his own hands. Lin Han opened his eyes and pursed his lips as he watched the other man's calmness gradually crumble, and the desire flowed up little by little. His voice was a little damp, with the moisture of a fresh shower, and his own innate sweetness. "Your pheromone smells good. I like it." Lin Han slightly zoomed in on the electronic light screen of the video message, moving his own body away a little to let He Yun-ting see the background of his room. "I have helped you here. Do you remember?" The more Lin Han said, the more he also remembered what had happened here before, when they had just returned from the zoo, when they had kissed in broad daylight, their lips mingling. He Yun-ting was in his not quite fitting, baggy clothes. Reaching out to feel him, and then melting in his not quite steady breathing. "I remember." He Yun-ting gritted his teeth. The lack of special restraint after the reaction made the fit of the uniform start to become a little unbearable. He remembered the other man's long, soft fingers, the fine white, thin skin, and the raw, but fully loving movements. He said that sex and love couldn't be completely separated. He said he was the presence of his desire. Lin Han. He wanted to hug him hard and kiss him again without thinking about it. From the beginning to the end. He couldn't take his eyes off the Omega's face in the video. It was all his desire and longing, a carefully guarded treasure. And now, the treasure was trying to soothe him in turn, to make him see himself, fearless even when those horrible things would eat him. Lin Han's heart beat faster than ever at the sight of those blue eyes, and he smiled at first. Moving a little closer to facilitate a better look at He Yun-ting's face. He was bold enough to come up to the point where He Yun-ting could see all his expressions in blue very lightly. "You're sweating. Can I lick it off for you? I'm also close to you now, can you smell the pheromone on me?" Each of his words was like a gentle feather, carefully soothing each other's dryness. Even though light years apart, He Yun-ting seemed to really fit into his words, and then get peace in each other's sweet tenderness. The belt is a bit in the way. In fact, Lin Han himself didn't feel comfortable. After saying these words he couldn't normally say, his body also began to unconsciously heat up, and he even had the illusion that his heat had advanced. The skin through the collar was flushed with a tantalizing pink, and Lin Han put his hand down and continued to talk to He Yun-ting. "Hold it down. Untie it, and throw it aside. Don't look at me." Even now He Yun-ting still had his sanity left, his voice was split in two. Painful and hard. "Okay," Lin Han responded dryly, closing his eyes in front of He Yun-ting. "I won't look." His voice gurgled. But it sounded more maddening than ever. "The one holding you is me. Mr. Lin." Ooh, the torture was clearly a two-way street, and Lin Han's words were inevitably laced with a hint of lust. The panting of the two of them were stacked together in this moment, just like those countless "I love yous" of He Yun-ting at that time. "He Yun-ting. I love you too. I kiss you now on your cheek. I know your eyelashes and eyes, and your lips taste good on them. You should reach over and hug me, right behind me on the bed. You know full well you can do anything you want to me, He Yun-ting, all that you can do on your own, but now you can try to do it a little faster." When the situation was later closed, Lin Han couldn't quite remember. He was clearly having a hard time himself. His pajamas were falling east and west, and instead of sitting at his table, he was lying on his bed breathing heavily. And at the top of the final cloud, He Yun-ting suddenly turned off the video. The moment the virtual screen cut off, Lin Han's eyes were white, the same raging tide overwhelmed him. No one talked about winning or losing, his desire seemed to drown the two, but love broke away and their desire reunited them. The desire or possession was just a product of love, no need to talk about shame. After a long time, he finally heard He Yun-ting's voice after the tide faded, although still hoarse. But more deep feelings than before. The video wasn't opened. He could only hear He Yun-ting through the electromagnetic waves. "Lin Han. You're so beautiful." Chapter 76. The two of them didn't speak for several minutes. Lin Han could hear the shouting of late students not far away, throwing out their own opinions. He could hear the TV from the living room, playing Ger's favorite episode, where the alpha slag was tearfully watching his former lover find a new love. He could occasionally hear the rustling on the other side's communicator. There was no voice. He Yun-ting was doing well in restraint, breathing very lightly. It didn't take long for him to completely calm down, and even cleaned up a bit by himself when Lin Han didn't make a sound. While the dirt could be wiped away, the smell in the cockpit couldn't. Lin Han opened his mouth, but couldn't make a sound right away. When he heard the rattling of the metal buckle, Lin Han felt a slow blush. What had he done? Lin Han's face was already a little red from the fever, and he moved his leg awkwardly, even touching a little wet spot. Quote, Omegas weren't the same as alphas and their bodies were made to be suitable for picking, although it was said that the estrus and susceptible period were similar in nature, requiring marking. Caressing and mingling between alphas and omegas, but there were still differences in the implementation of the specific. In the case of pheromone isolation, in general terms, one yearned to be possessed, and the other wanted to take over. So Lin Han wasn't like He Yun-ting, who could get significant relief after a simple front-end release, even though he had a release before the other. But because of this release, there was still some unspoken feeling of emptiness. For the first time, he blushed at his Omega physique. The day would come when he would be like this. As long as he was Omega, the essence was no different. The warmth somewhere in his body hadn't stopped, his hands were sticky. But he was lying on the bed as if he had given himself up. Now He Yun-ting must be leaning on the driver's seat. The expression on his face was probably long back to normal. He didn't know if his uniform jacket was off or over his body. He was no longer so meticulous. Between his original clean appearance, there would be some lust. Where his hands were placed, his eyes at that certain moment weren't so cold. It wasn't at that moment, his mind and body were only himself. Just now. He was so focused on nervously inducing, until now. When he slowly came back to his senses, Lin Han felt that his throat was dry. What was more important? The entire mecha must now be filled with the fragrance of ebony mixed with a light fishy smell, so thick that it would drown a person in it. With that person's unique scent. Lin Han had just unconsciously licked his lips, when he heard He Yun-ting's voice finally, Mr. Lin. Lin Han's movements suddenly froze. And was glad that the video message had been turned off at this moment, and paused for a moment before saying, I'm here. Thinking of He Yun-ting's beautiful, just now, and then thinking of the other party's gasp through the light screen, Lin Han felt that he had been happy too early. He could only comfort himself by saying that it was good that he wasn't really in heat. Lin Han finally asked him. So. Are you feeling better? Even though this did ease Alpha's discomfort to a great extent, Lin Han knew that the susceptibility period wouldn't pass so easily. But for He Yun-ting, it was enough. I am, He Yun-ting replied. He really didn't seem to have much fun or desire in his old life, and he could feel far more satisfied than they did as long as he got less than a tenth of the ordinary sweetness. Lin Han thought while he couldn't help but feel heartbroken. Then. It must be too bitter for him to meet and kiss with him alone, perhaps it really was inevitable. And 2 seconds later, He Yun-ting, who had taken the initiative to turn off the video message himself, actually resent the invitation. Lin Han stiffened for a moment, looked down at his still unclean body and sticky hands, and asked. Why did you? I thought you turned it off. It was clear that he had told him that he could turn on the video message at any time, but Lin Han was still in a blush from the flashback and just wanted to take a shower and bury himself under the covers. He was about to say no when he heard He Yun-ting add. I want to see you. He Yun-ting wasn't the only one who couldn't refuse him, he also mistakenly gave his consent after he had opened his mouth so bluntly. As soon as the light screen popped back up, Lin Han saw the person on the other side. The cockpit light wasn't very bright. Lin Han could only see the epaulettes on his uniform jacket and his meticulous, focused expression. In contrast to himself at this moment, Lin Han's eyes flashed and his head was buried a little lower. Are you shy? As expected of He Yun-ting, he can always point it out bluntly without reading the situation. Lin Han saw him. His ears turned red, but couldn't help not to look at him, only barely lifting his eyes, before wrinkling his nose and asking, what are you doing? Just after he finished, he thought about He Yun-ting's straightforward brain circuit and added with a sigh, it's the first time for me so. Let me take it easy. General took it in stride and even dutifully apologized, I'm sorry. Lin Han blinked and looked at the man in front of him. What should I say about him? Forget it. Lin Han felt that his shyness had come and gone quickly, and seeing that He Yun-ting had no intention of making fun of him, he simply drew a tissue and wiped his hands clean. Then slowly put his pajamas and pajama pants back on in front of him and sat down with his legs crossed. I'm not angry. Can you tell me a little about V-Proton? taking into account He Yunting's susceptible period, and let him rest more. They really hadn't been able to understand the situation in depth, so Lin Han didn't ask more questions, just spoke 2 sentences, and looked at He Yunting. He couldn't help but curve his eyes as he smiled, and then called his name. Just called him by his name, nothing else. After all, he couldn't ask, "When are you coming back?" Nor could he harp on him to be safe, let alone interfere with his decisions and disrupt his plans. But still, he missed him. He said, and felt that his posture of sitting on the bed with his legs in his arms was too formal, so he lazily nestled back under the covers and talked to He Yunting with his head on his pillow. After chatting in this position for a couple of minutes, Lin Han rubbed his eyes and yawned. He was just about to say goodbye to He Yunting, when he heard the other said, "Sleep early, first," but didn't hang up the call. Knowing he wasn't good with words, Lin Han smiled at He Yunting, didn't say anything more, and nodded his head. As he was about to hang up, He Yunting suddenly spoke lightly again, "Mr. Lin." The tone of his voice wasn't quite the same as before, it was without its usual coldness, or the hoarseness that came after his desire had retreated just now. Instead, it was a tone that could almost be described as light and gentle. "Reach out and touch your earlobe." Lin Han didn't expect that after being straightforward once first in such a short period of time, this man would actually start learning again. He blushed and did as he was told. His earlobe was a little hot, while his own fingertips carried a little coolness. Like the temperature of the other person's lips. "That's me kissing you. Good night." After a short time of recuperation, the mecha formation resumed its journey, heading straight for the central region of V Proton. After crossing the rainforest, when they came into contact with the city again, there was finally something different from the way they came. The ghastly, dead images were gone. And although there weren't many people on the streets, at least there were stores open. And the policemen in charge of peacekeeping were patrolling dutifully. The entire city looked tense, but barely lively. People moved normally, not stiffly. And without the vertical pupils they had encountered when they arrived. Some children who had never seen a large mecha before were so excited that they kept waving at them, and some emotional people even shed tears at the sight of the mecha. They had been trapped for too long, and they needed a new lease on life. The central city of V Proton wasn't large, and was considered to be the most economically developed area, but of course, if this development was placed in the Empire, it wasn't even comparable to the L Zone. Since V Proton was almost entirely made up of betas, and there was no large-scale army or mecha. And V Proton's current mechas for self-defense and protection were almost all models that were on the verge of being eliminated from the most basic formations in the Empire, with extremely poor combat capabilities. They didn't stop. Driving all the way to the V Proton Star's central city government. Xu Xiong couldn't stay hidden after all, and Lu Anhe finally made up a reason for him to get involved, which barely counted as joining the formation. Even when they arrived at the center of the city, it seemed that the government's communication was disturbed, and He Yunting was still unable to contact the Protonian leaders directly, so no one came to greet them until they arrived nearby. The government building was quite grand, but unlike the Empire, it didn't have a special mooring for the mecha. So they had to choose the nearest place to land and make sure the surroundings were safe before arranging for the sergeants to leave the mecha. As soon as they landed, many of them were still observing the environment in front of them, but Xu Xiong, who got off from Lu Anhe's mecha, didn't hesitate and walked towards He Yunting. His hair seemed to be whiter than when He Yunting first met him. Perhaps because of the recent events that happened one after another that made him unable to stay away from it, the research results that he had discovered, which were easily sealed and then stolen. And before he could figure out the truth behind it, there was the current incident. What was even more unacceptable to him was that the initiator of the idea was once his own student. "General," he said with pathos and discontent in his voice, as if he still couldn't accept the action that could almost be called a massacre when he arrived, "why did you?" "I understand your anger." He Yunting had known this would happen. He said very calmly, and a sidestep to avoid Xu Xiong's subconscious attempt to grab his hand, back a step. Without any emotion, "So, please also understand my difficulties. Until there's no definite evidence that they will not hurt people, that is the best choice." Xu Xiong fixed in place, chest heaving, as if trying to calm his emotions. His scientific research might have once been beneficial to humanity, but what was before him now was already such a bloody and cruel reality. Fine. Xu Xiong's voice was a little dry. No matter what. It's something that was once related to me. The reason why I'm here is also because of this. He said each word with difficulty. I didn't think that one day, because of my research, I would let these innocent people lose their lives. Until now. He still called those creatures people. I couldn't watch them die out in waves. They clearly. Xu Xiong didn't say anything further for a while. He couldn't help but fall into self-doubt and began to feel that all his research was wrong. Then, if there are more of those appearing, please let me at least try to engage. His eyes reddened and he whispered, maybe I can save them. They don't have to, please. He Yunting stood where he was and looked down at him, his eyes still cold. As if those words had not touched his heart at all. I hope you know that keeping you safe is much more important than studying these creatures that aren't known to be human or zergs. But if there is that possibility you speak of, He Yunting turned around, then let's improvise. Xu Xiong finally stopped arguing. While walking in front of the government head building, He Yunting suddenly thought of something. Lu Anhe had been in frequent contact with Xu Xiong for a while, so He Yunting paused and suddenly asked, turning his head sideways. Is there any other relevant information about the report of Shi Yuan? Lu Anhe listened and immediately answered truthfully, I'm not sure if there's any relation. But on your birthday 3 years ago, he once attended a lecture with Professor Xu. Birthday? How could there be a birthday? It was just a day that couldn't be more ordinary. He Yunting found it strange that Lu Anhe would only talk to him about the month and day of a certain year, and wouldn't mention any special date at all. Which wasn't easy to remember. And Lu Anhe seemed to freeze for a moment, before immediately restating a date. Indeed, it was his birthday. He Yunting also quickly recalled that day was the day of practical training that year. He had a good memory and could even recall the contents of the practical training on that day. It was indeed a very mundane day. He Yunting still frowned. He suddenly remembered what Lin Han had asked him earlier as if in jest. Do you only remember what you want to remember? Chapter 77. Lu Anhe seemed to be very nervous about the fact that he had said the wrong date, so he hastily repeated the previous date, his face full of embarrassment, and apologized, boss. I didn't mean that. He Yunting didn't care much, after all. Lu Anhe didn't say the wrong date, he just didn't say the specific date right away. Lu Anhe was indeed different from him, as a person who treated his mecha as his wife, even if he had been with him for too long to become a habit, but still retained his own way of life. He never remembered the day of big events, only the annual review of Aegis in the memo. So it's not surprising that he forgot he was talking to himself for a while and would blurt it out. So, at least one thing could be said, if Lu Anhe remembered that day, it must have happened. Lu Anhe knew too well what He Yunting was thinking, and simply admitted it openly, boss. I was lost in thought just now, that's why. Is there something you can't say? He Yunting asked very calmly. He wasn't a person who would interfere too much in the private life of his subordinates. If the other had something to hide, he wouldn't ask the root of the problem. Lu Anhe naturally understood his thoughts, gritting his teeth and giving He Yunting a look, he said with an apologetic straightforwardness, yes. Since he had already explicitly said so, He Yunting wasn't in a position to ask any more questions, so he just nodded and said, understood. He Yunting rethought the date. He never seemed to care about such things as birthdays, so Lu Anhe wouldn't deliberately remind him of them in the past few years, and it was normal for him not to remember them after a long time. Lu Anhe had a clear sense of priorities. If what he really didn't want to mention had an impact on V Proton Star at the moment, it was impossible to hide it from him. So that may be really related to something else. He Yunting didn't say anything else, nor did he get angry, turning the topic back to before. Then you said. That day Shi Yuan gave an academic presentation with Xu Xiong. What was the content? The content was very ordinary, nothing special. It was Professor Xu's routine lecture at the Imperial Military University. Lu Anhe reported. I repeatedly turned it over. No problem. Good. During the conversation, the top ruler of V Proton Star also finally showed his face. The original Prime Minister was called Chong Lin, who was named Earl after the change in the political structure, as the highest leader. Dealing with the various political affairs of V Proton, He Yunting had met him once before, When Lin had just taken office, and was a gentle and kind leader, with his own style in the way he moved his hands. But now his suit didn't even look that flat anymore, and there was a clear circle of greenish-gray under his eyes, so it was obvious that he hadn't rested properly since the accident. Lin saluted them according to imperial etiquette, and his smile was a bit forced. "General. You're finally here." Lu Anhe went up to shake his hand and explained, "I couldn't find the person I contacted before after coming from the berth, so I rushed straight here. And came a little late." Thinking about the location where the mech initially landed, Lin sighed very deeply, his eyes were bloodshot. And there was a hint of hope in his tone when he asked the question, then the berth mouth. "I'm sorry. Because I couldn't see any normal humans, a clearance was carried out." Lu Anhe whispered, "I understand." Lin's lips trembled, the answer was expected. But it was still hard to hide the despair after hearing it with his own mouth. He gathered his emotions before controlling his disorder, looked at the imperial soldiers who came to support in front of him, and spoke. "Let me tell you in detail what is really going on." Lin didn't speak fast. During which there were even several times when he couldn't go on, and only after a long time did he present the matter to them from beginning to end. After V-Proton Star came under the jurisdiction of the Empire, social welfare was slightly improved, plus the population was all betas, so basically there was no more sexism. Even though the degree of development wasn't high, the atmosphere of the population was much better than in the Empire. They had a specialized medical system. And the first person to come to the clinic was a somewhat frail-looking college student. The student, who had a regular routine, suddenly felt some discomfort in his neck one day, manifested by intermittent itching. He didn't pay much attention to it, just thought it was stung by something unknown. But gradually, it wasn't only a neck problem. In a short time, he began to have systemic symptoms. The student went to the university hospital for treatment. The doctor found it strange. But the test results weren't abnormal and the student could only be treated with symptomatic support. But after a while, not only did he not get better, the student seemed to have emotional and psychological problems and was unwilling to cooperate with the follow-up treatment, becoming manic and irritable and full of destructive desire for anyone and everything. His sense of pain seemed to disappear. He began to speak words that people couldn't understand, and viciously began to attack everyone who tried to stop him. At the same time, the vertical pupil appeared for the first time as a symbol among the population of V-Proton. Then no one cared about the student, because unknowingly, others in the university developed similar symptoms, and presumably because of the different stages of onset, they were also extremely aggressive with each other at first, and the fighting would not stop even when their heads were bleeding. It was only when they found the scent of their own kind on each other that they agreed on a certain frequency to stop fighting and switch to their targets, those they identified as not of their kind, shaking off their arms or legs that might have been half bitten off. The school began to fall. The people, classified as the same kind, began to make common cause. They didn't see all kinds of professions and classes. As long as that frequency was right, they were even more united than normal people. General military police and weaponry were useless. They seemed to have no fear in their bones and would attack everything in the face. What was more, V-Proton's weapon defense wasn't strong in the first place, and there were basically no tall mechas like in the Empire. And even if the average isometric mecha had weapons, facing so many creatures that didn't know pain and didn't know tiredness, and had numerical advantage, a few rounds were no match. But it was strange that this pattern of change wasn't like the usual infectious diseases. The students, because of the disease, went back home. But the parents didn't show symptoms of infection. This gene spread in a piecemeal fashion, starting with the school, then the residents near the school, the surrounding area where the school was located, and finally this city. It wasn't that people from the government didn't think of ways, but as soon as the supporters were sent from the central city, surprisingly none of them ended up returning safely. So, since the city was located on the edge of V-Proton, and with the status quo out of control, it was eventually abandoned by the central city, supplying normal living resources, but cutting off the network and communication, not providing more support. It wasn't that simple. It wasn't long before the same situation occurred in another city very close to that city. They tried to ask for help from the center. Not only not getting support this time either, but were also cut off from communication. The government finally panicked and began to call for help from the Empire. Soon, A circle of surrounding cities fell one after another, and people's range of motion became smaller and smaller, with only those around the central city still struggling to maintain their original state of not being infected. Without figuring out the source, we even suspected what that frequency was. Chong Lin said, things went so fast that after sending out the distress signal, we rejected all suspicious communications from outside. Even if we shut down the central city, at least we have normal people here now. If they can heal themselves, or if there's some kind of turnaround, there's actually enough supplies in those cities, but until then, they're all just dead cities with closed doors. But, Lu Anhe frowned. Before we left, we contacted you once, and as long as we made a mark, the communication on this side will not be marked by you as a strange signal. Chong Lin himself was suspicious of the matter. I thought you guys were trapped somewhere, and we tried to send communications, but we couldn't get through on the original frequency. How else could they not have come out to greet them until He Yun Ting had driven the mechas to the central city? Lu Anhe understood what He Yun Ting wanted to ask and immediately said, we checked before coming. And our communication frequency was fine. If there were no problems on either side, then it was only possible that there was some kind of magnetic interference that caused the inability to communicate. Chong Lin's face was terribly white, and he couldn't say anything for a long time, but at least now the formation that came to support them came to the central area properly. Chong Lin steadied his mind and immediately arranged a place for everyone to land. V Proton's armament was so poor that for safety's sake, he could only vacate the entire tarmac of the government building for the mecha formation. Next to him, who was protected by the military police, this was considered the safest place in the whole V Proton star, even though the native army was completely worthless after they came. After continuing to follow up on the situation, on the map, the group finally got a complete view of the current state of the entire planet being surrounded. The planet was already small, and the rainforest landscape made its cities not compactly next to each other. The existing situation was that the 5 areas surrounding it, with the central city as the center of the circle, were still safe, with no inhabitants showing the corresponding symptoms. The outer cities were all forcibly blocked, with no network or communication, and could almost be taken as a total loss. We're really desperate. But we also really studied the situation and couldn't find a solution, so we temporarily abandoned them. Chong Lin said, because the Empire directly sent troops after the Zerg for many years, such small planets were stuck in a relatively superficial stage on the Zerg understanding and research. The experts they sent hadn't returned. And the experts inside the central city, due to the lack of samples, couldn't make a correct judgment. So the solution was critical. If they really wanted to abandon those people, then the focus of the work was how to protect the remaining cities from infestation. The position of scientists in the Empire was no better than the military, and the first reaction after hearing the situation on V Proton Star was to find He Yun Ting to calm the chaos. If not for Xu Xiang's insistence to come along, maybe there wouldn't even be one scientist accompanying them on the trip. But now the central city refused to help all the surrounding cities, like a prisoner in a painted prison, only passively doing all kinds of self-protection, praying that that terrible gene would not spread to their own body. They couldn't take care of themselves, so they had no time to worry about others. If they wanted to know the condition of other cities, they could only travel in person, and there was no guarantee that they would survive. Our primary objective is, Chong Lin said, to protect the existing people and no longer have new people affected. As for the cities that have been closed, He Yun Ting coldly interjected, take the full range of force to suppress it. It wasn't difficult. In any case, those creatures still had the appearance of human beings. If they were treated as Zerg, then they only needed to attack the brain. For the mechas that symbolized the strongest force of the Empire, it was quite easy. Xu Xiang finally spoke after a long silence, you can't. Should we hastily give up on all of these people just because we can't find the source or the infection? He closed his eyes. The scene of He Yun Ting's order was still there. And the humans in the empty and treacherous city were blasted with weapons that made it hard to see their faces, as if they were crossing his path one by one at this moment. He Yun Ting was unmoved. Then, what would be according to Professor Shu's wishes? As I said, I will try to be careful. Give me a chance to touch them, maybe. Maybe I can. He paused, thought of something, and continued in a voice that only He Yun Ting and Lu Anhe could hear. That Omega in my lab now is also quite stable. He was talking about Chi J's. It was true that after picking him up in the laboratory, Xu Ziong used his own way to make the other party no longer hostile to humans, although he wasn't too conscious. He was at least a little better. Qi Jie's had vertical pupils, and so did these people. Qi Jie's was an omega, but these people were betas. The former was the result of Xu Ziong's accidental discovery, but the research had long been terminated due to humane ethical relations, only recently stolen. The latter was the idea of his student once, obviously not practiced. But in this way a few years later appeared on a small planet. It was as if someone was in a hurry, and had no concern for the beta physique. And was just desperate to fuse this vision with the genes of the so-called Zerg race. So, the two studies that were side by side didn't affect each other, but had a connection in such a strange way. Today, we'll first draw up a rough implementation plan, operational deployment. He Yunting didn't draw any conclusions about this deduction, regarding Professor Xu's proposal. It will also be considered at your discretion only after ensuring safety. Take a good rest first. After saying that he no longer paid attention to Xu Ziong and went to the temporarily established combat command room with Lu Anhe without looking back. When the formation arrived here, it was already late. Plus the need to constantly understand the various current movements of V Proton Star and make more than one plan. By the time they had made plans one by one according to various possible situations, it was already late at night. The war room was in the head building, so late at night. They temporarily didn't need to participate when the war sergeant had gone back to the base to rest. Xu Ziong was after all an omega. And his physical fitness wasn't always good. After realizing that He Yunting wasn't going to say anything to him, he also left temporarily. Lu Anhe and He Yunting rechecked the various plans and confirmed that they were correct before standing up. He Yunting looked at him. You also go back to rest, wait for my assembly notice. After all, there was little time to rest as he ran all the way over, and now he stayed up late into the night with him. All right, Lu Anhe nodded, then boss you also. I'll go soon too, He Yunting said in a light voice. Lu Anhe then stopped talking and turned around to leave after saluting. In the war room, only He Yunting was left alone. He looked at the dense variety of information in front of him, pinched his brow, relaxed a little, and leaned back in his chair. Tomorrow there was a more serious task, now a few short hours was the most rest time he could reserve for himself. He Yunting looked down at the quiet communicator, lost in thought for a moment, but finally picked it up, selected the contact, and connected it. It should be afternoon in the Empire, so it shouldn't be too loud for the other. As he thought this, the green light symbolizing a successful connection flashed for a moment, and a clear voice soon came. Hello. He Yunting suddenly felt that the fatigue of the whole day had been lifted off him in a moment, and he began to respond in a gentle tone he hadn't even realized. Lin Han seemed to be outside, maybe just getting off work, maybe shopping for something. The background sounded a little noisy, but his mood seemed good. I'm heading over to the public flight, so I can go back a little earlier today. Still a short response. He didn't need to say more, that was enough. Today Qi Jiamu went to the base for training, I had nothing to do. So I didn't contact him. Lin Han reported obediently. He originally just said it casually, but He Yunting suddenly jumped his eyebrows and thought of something. Lin Han, he asked. Are you free now? Lin Han didn't know what He Yunting wanted to do, and even though the other couldn't see it, he nodded. What's wrong? Maybe you need to help me check something. He Yunting said, do you know where I live? This was the first time Lin Han came to He Yunting's manor. He didn't look like someone who would enjoy himself at all, and often stayed at the base, not spending more than half of the year at home. But after all, it was an estate that symbolized status, and even if he wasn't there, it would be well taken care of, so Lin Han was still in awe when he knocked on the gate. He entered through the other door, using the key He Yunting gave him, and arrived at his study without looking away under his instructions. I'm coming in, he said. Is there something you're looking for? He Yunting leaned back in his chair, and the expression on his face wasn't relaxed. For each year of my practical training, I made a record for myself to ensure authenticity and objectivity. What I did each day. When I went to the training ground, I would write it down. He Yunting said, it was the same 3 years ago. It has nothing to do with V Proton this time, but if you, He Yunting said a date, help me find the record of the practical training on that day. Lin Han was naturally familiar with that date, and the other invited him to a dance on this date 3 years later, and he said happy birthday to He Yun-ting. Although neither of them would just be strangers anymore. Thinking of this, he brought a little smile to his tone and followed He Yun-ting's instructions, looking up each entry. Wait a moment. He Yun-ting answered in a deep voice. It wasn't that he didn't trust Lu Anhei, not to mention that the other party had even admitted, in a big way, that there had indeed been something, but it was just inconvenient to tell him. There was an inexplicable weirdness hanging over his head. Clearly in his memory it was no more than an ordinary day, but he was still uneasy. He Yun-ting knew that now wasn't the time to think about this. He knew his adjutant too well. They lived and died together and absolutely trusted each other, and were people who could always have their backs to each other on the battlefield. Lu Anhei couldn't have lied to him. If there was really something he didn't want to say, either it really had nothing to do with him, or he didn't tell him the reason was for his own good. He just suddenly didn't trust himself. Found it, Lin Han suddenly voiced out. In the morning. The training ground punch card record. Lin Han read to He Yun-ting as he did, saying one by one the time and serial number of the training back then, and He Yun-ting silently compared them in his heart and found that they were all correct with the ones in his memory. After the morning. He Yun-ting didn't reply, wanting to wait for Lin Han to continue, but the opposite side was slow to speak. He was puzzled for a moment and asked, "Why did you stop?" According to the training pattern of these years, in order to get to know the actual training pilots in all aspects, the afternoon should be mech shooting training. But Lin Han's tone also carried confusion, saying, "I've finished reading." An odd feeling arose in He Yun-ting's heart. Where are the afternoon training records? Not here. Lin Han didn't know why He Yun-ting asked that, and said truthfully, "It shows the day 3 years ago, you weren't present at the base for the whole afternoon." Chapter 78. Lin Han keenly noticed He Yun-ting's change. What's wrong? He Yun-ting himself hadn't recovered from the shock, but he was too used to hiding everything from the world, and subconsciously denied nothing. He didn't want to hide it from Lin Han, but now that they couldn't see each other, telling him would only add to his worries. While he was talking to Lin Han, he thought back. Could it be that he had really misremembered? He briefly doubted himself. But he had great confidence in his memory. As long as he had experienced things, it could leave traces in his mind. He quickly calmed down and felt that if there was such a gap that, it wasn't his problem. Then there must be something missing somewhere. As long as there were omissions, rethinking and investigating, he could definitely find the problem. But it was too late now, and there was a new mission tomorrow, so it wasn't the time to think about what happened 3 years ago. Lin Han didn't ask more questions, but said with concern, "Is there anything else you need to check?" He Yun-ting's voice contained nothing unusual, as he calmly replied with, "Nothing else," then spoke after a pause, "But maybe you can come here from time to time in the next few days." Lin Han said, "Okay," and didn't ask more questions. The two of them chatted naturally for a few more minutes, and Lin Han sat back in his chair to rest after tidying up He Yun-ting's study a bit. "Your study is so empty." Lin Han then asked curiously, "This mansion is so big. You don't stay here much." "Someone will come to clean it regularly, the housekeeper will arrange it." He Yun-ting replied. "Oh," Lin Han answered. "I'll go back then." It seemed that both of them had a belated shyness, after that incident. They would rather listen to the voices and imagine each other's appearance, but neither of them took the initiative to click on the video button, so innocent that they didn't look like two grown men. "Lin Han," He Yun-ting suddenly changed the subject, "I'm going to let Chi Jamu follow you for the next 2 days, and take the time to go to Xu Xiang's lab to see how his brother is doing. You should have a better impression of him. I heard there has been some improvement. Find out how far it has gone." "Okay. Don't worry about what Chi Jamu will do, he doesn't have the key to the last door, not to mention. Right now his brother still needs treatment." As if understanding Lin Han's worry, He Yun-ting added, "What about you?" Lin Han spoke up. Even though he knew the question was meaningless and unnecessary, he couldn't help but blurt out, "How are you?" He Yun-ting said without hesitation, "Nothing's wrong. The plan is ready to be implemented once it is deployed." Lin Han remembered what He Yun-ting said earlier, as V-Proton Star problematic. At that time when Chi Jays attacked him on the warship, He Yun-ting didn't hesitate to draw his gun and shoot. Not to mention that now there were already many people on V Proton who seemed to have fused with similar genes. According to He Yunting's style, perhaps blood would flow to eliminate all risk possibilities. Nothing's wrong. He Yunting didn't want to say more, and even hesitated for a moment, as if he was worried that he might scare Lin Han and was reluctant to tell him about his plan. But Lin Han guessed one or two things and didn't ask any more questions, just said reassuringly, "You can't go wrong with anything you do. Don't hesitate and don't have doubts," Lin Han said, "I'm always on your side." He Yunting didn't make a sound for a long time. Only after Lin Han thought he had fallen asleep or something else had happened did the other man respond very softly and say, "Okay. Wait for me to come back. Then go to bed early. It's late there." Lin Han had no way to stop himself from becoming naggy, and had to give in and follow along. "I'll talk to Chi Jamu tomorrow." MN. Lin Han wanted to hang up but couldn't let go, thinking that he had this kind of time, while wanting to hear more from He Yunting. But He Yunting was still very straightforward sometimes, and when he saw Lin Han didn't say anything for a long time, he asked in confusion, "What's wrong?" "Nothing." Lin Han smiled to himself, but his eyes were full of tenderness. He called the other party's name, He Yunting. "Then after I come back with Chi Jamu tomorrow, can I sleep at your house?" Lin Han's face started to flush before he finished. He was glad that the two of them weren't on video at the moment. He coughed and gave him a lame excuse, I've never lived in an estate this big." He knew He Yunting could hear that he was making an excuse, but he didn't care. "Okay." He Yunting really didn't ask more questions, even his tone was less serious than just now, and there was a rare bit of softness, almost impossible for the old him to say, "Do whatever you want." Lin Han really obediently contacted Chi Jamu the next day, left work an hour early, and they went to Xu Xiang's secret lab together. Recently, colleagues in the institute felt astonished that the workaholic actually didn't work overtime for several days in a row, and wouldn't arrive early in the morning. From time to time, he communicated with people, and sometimes he could see the military's special flying machine. Many people secretly couldn't believe that this mecha research-obsessed Lin Han would actually have such a day. It looked as if he knew someone from the military, and they wondered which alpha could actually enter his eyes. Not to mention that Lin Han, who seemed to be interested only in work, would really fall in love properly. Could it be that Lin Han met someone during his practical training? First of all, they ruled out He Yunting and Lu Anhe. After all, these two people weren't in the Empire. Secondly, looking at the frame of the flying machine, the military rank shouldn't be low, and they didn't know which big brother it was. The colleagues' curiosity barely scratched the surface, but they couldn't guess who that alpha was. But Lin Han didn't care what these people were thinking and followed Chi Jamu to the lab. This lab had been extensively rebuilt after the threat to Xu Xiang, and the keys had been changed from the exterior to the entrance, and Chi Jamu only had the key for the outer section. Lin Han obviously felt that with every step inside, Chi Jamu's face was a little more nervous, afraid of seeing a scene that would be unacceptable to him. But fortunately, all the displays were exactly the same as when Xu Xiang left, and the top security system responsible for monitoring wasn't triggered. And Chi J's, too, was lying quietly on the cold lab bed. His whole body was quiet. Who knew how long he had been sleeping, his pale face with clear features stretched. He didn't need to eat. There was a special nutritional circulation system to bring the therapeutic agents and nutrition, through the deep special indwelling needles into his body. Chi Jamu couldn't resist knocking through the glass door, calling the teenager's name, Oz. "Oz, Oz. Brother's here." His voice wasn't loud, but after a short while, the teenager inside seemed to really move, his eyelashes fluttered and he opened his eyes very slowly. His ears seemed to be deaf to the sound, but in a different way, sensing that someone was calling him. Chi Jazz's eyes moved and he turned his head sideways with a slight stiffness. Lin Han saw that the wound on the back of his neck seemed to have improved, the gland was slightly sunken. But it didn't look gruesome. Chi Jamu kept calling his name. After a long time, the teenager finally understood something from the other's lips and slowly sat up from the lab bed, reaching toward the glass door. His lips moving in a mumble. He seemed to be saying, "Brother. Brother." Lin Han thought Chi Jamu was going to cry, but he didn't in the end. He just spoke to the person inside with red eyes, all trivial stuff. talking about what he had been through since he left his brother, that he had made it to the base, had a high stipend, and was having a good time every day. The teenager reacted. He reached through the glass door, knowing he couldn't touch him. But he slowly opened his 5 fingers and tried to stick them on Chi-Jamu's hand across the air. As they were leaving, Lin Han heard Chi-Jamu say, "When you're better, brother will put your stuff in the exhibition hall, and you'll never have to worry about it disappearing." Chi-Jamu recovered well and basically regained his composure after walking out of the lab and asked Lin Han, "Mr. Lin, should I give you a ride home?" Lin Han was about to nod, but after some thought he said, "Can you bring me to pick up the Kajar?" Chi-Jamu was puzzled. "Mr. Lin, where do you want to go?" Lin Han told him the address of Hyunting Manor. Chi-Jamu understood, so he didn't say anything more. After picking up Ger from the apartment, Chi-Jamu dutifully drove Lin Han to the manor. Probably because there was a small creature in the flying machine, Chi-Jamu slowed down the speed. "It won't get dizzy like this, right?" Lin Han said thanks and smiled at Chi-Jamu. The two of them have been spending a lot of time together lately, and Chi-Jamu was finally talking more. "Mr. Lin, have you been to the Galactic Exhibition Hall?" Lin Han's hand holding the Ger paused for a moment. "No." "Why?" Chi-Jamu was a bit regretful. "I want to store something of Ozzy's." He didn't say what it was, just spoke very lightly. As a child in the civilian area, Oz was already in poor health. But he always wanted to go once and store something he felt was valuable. "I don't have anything valuable. But Oz does," Chi-Jamu said, "and now that I finally have some money, I don't know if I can afford to pay for storage. But I still want to show him around. When he's better." Chi-Jamu felt he was talking a little too much and smiled shyly. "I originally thought you had been there and could know a thing or two about it, that's why I wanted to ask." The flight soon arrived at the manor's tarmac. Chi-Jamu worried that there would be accidents, so he walked Lin Han to the door before preparing to leave. "I yearned for that as a child," Lin Han said as he turned his head. "I'm also interested now. If you don't mind, I'll tell you about it when I go there once in person." Chi-Jamu was stunned for a moment and quickly said gratefully, "Thank you, Mr. Lin." Lin Han hugged Ger and went into the manor. He didn't really have any intention to visit. The study and the bedroom were on one floor, so Lin Han went straight upstairs, just like he did on his first visit. The room on Hyunting's side was really no different from the base. If it didn't look more luxurious, it was just another replica of the monotonous room. All the things are well organized, every item was in its rightful place, except Lin Han and the little one in his hand. Lin Han looked at the clean and tidy bed not far away, as well as some of Hyunting's personal belongings next to it. Then he should also be part of these personal items. He put Ger down, while he was still standing in the same place and froze. Wanted to come closer. To be closer. Missing each other's scent, and the gentle yet strong hands that embraced him. He lied in this bed, curling up habitually and sometimes being troubled by unnecessary dreams, making him turn over and over. Maybe his sleeping position was also boring, but he just couldn't help thinking about it. Ger was excited about every change of environment, not to mention that Hyunting's home was many times larger than Lin Han's apartment, and had many new and exciting things he had never seen before, and was now staring curiously at the extinguished fireplace. The room was empty, and Hyunting's regular clothes shirt was still hanging, ironed to perfection. Lin Han first felt a little ashamed, but on second thought, there was no one else here but the little guy, so he mischievously walked over to Hyunting's flatbed. He remembered what Hyunting had asked him to check earlier. Although he didn't understand, he was vaguely worried. But it was useless to ask him. Hyunting would definitely report the good news, not the bad. And would definitely speak in the most hushed tone about probably the most unpromising situation, and then also have to reassure him that he was fine, and be good and wait for his return. When Ger saw that he didn't move for a long time, it jumped at his feet, shook off the fur on its body, followed Lin Han's trouser leg, and pounced on Hyunting's bed, its tiny body landing on it, forming a shallow, lovely indentation. He couldn't see Lin Han's expression, so he didn't know whether he was sad or not, and could only quietly stay close to him. The window of Hyunting's room was half open, and a breeze blew in, bulging Lin Han's light single garment. The youth knelt on one knee on the bed, cupped the bedding, which was as soft as his heart at the moment, in his hands, lowered his head, and buried half of his face in it. The wind had an unfinished, fresh scent. He wanted to dissolve himself into the wind, so that every grain of smoke and dust that moved with it could be hidden full of love. How could I like someone so much? Lin Han thought. Without even hearing his face or voice, and just by embracing what remained of his scent, his whole heart became tender beyond words. Chapter 79. Daylight was fast approaching on V Proton. From the current map, the most serious were Crisport, where they landed on the way in, Desert City, and Lakoro City, where the gene was first discovered. These three cities seemed to have had no room for maneuvering, although the population of V Proton wasn't densely distributed. Several cities combined were less than half of the central city, but seriously, almost the entire city had become the so-called alien, which was why they were so quiet when they came. Because they no longer felt the presence of humans. Only that everyone was their kind, they did not need to bother to attack, peaceful coexistence was good. The first task of the support team was to clean up the three cities that were plagued by the alien species, and then observe the other adjacent cities according to the flooding situation, with the ultimate goal of ensuring that the central city was not attacked by this gene. Chong Lin sent the detailed map of the entire planet and the information of each resource point and energy supply place in a package, and only after confirming that it was correct. He trembled and gave a deep salute of the highest standard to the Imperial soldiers who came to support him. He still couldn't help but have red eyes. He understood that once these mechas started this time, he would lose tens of thousands of his people. But hesitation could not solve the problem, and in order to return to a healthy central city, he could only agree and cooperate with all the plans. At the moment before He Yun-ting was about to walk towards the mecha, Chong Lin gave him a third piece of advice: none of the researchers we sent out before have ever returned, so no matter what, even if you have a better expert this time, you must ensure his safety. If not necessary, you must not get close to those aliens, otherwise, the more he said, the lower his voice got. Anyway, I don't want to see any new people fall into this abyss. He Yun-ting glanced at him and nodded at a small angle. Soon, without any hesitation, he walked towards the tarmac, towards the mecha that had been with him for a long time, towards the subordinates and soldiers who were waiting for his orders, and towards the blood-stained dusk that was about to come. Because of the detailed navigation and instructions given by Chong Lin, it took less than 3 hours for them to reach the first nearest desert city. After all, there was no point in staying in the central city, and Xu Ziong, whose purpose was to understand the situation, followed them. Since the Aegis, as the first line of defense, had to stand at the front, He Yun-ting arranged Xu Ziong into a mecha some way back for safety. Everyone was concentrating. The energy and intra-team communication had been checked when they came, eliminating all surprises. In order to facilitate communication, in addition to the public channel, He Yun-ting had a private line to Lu Anhe, for emergency orders and to say some inconvenient words to the public. However, He Yun-ting was already a man of few words, even more so during official missions, so this private channel did not blink often. Lu Anhe was reporting all the real-time data outside on the public channel, and for a while no one spoke after the voyage was on track. But this time was different. Halfway through the journey, the private line inside Lu Anhe's Zeus suddenly lit up. He did not dare to be slow and immediately connected. Have you found any problems during the time you protected Xu Ziong? He Yun-ting said in a deep voice. Any aspect? Lu Anhe was not surprised that He Yun-ting would ask this question, and explained one by one the various situations after he entered Xu Ziong's secret laboratory. For the time being, I can't see. Except for Ji Meng's funeral. He was basically within view and was indeed helping Qi Jiazi with all his heart. Speaking of which, Lu Anhe thought for a moment. His condition was indeed improving before I left. There was no longer any aggression, the vertical pupils were even sometimes invisible. I wonder how the past few days have gone. I asked Mr. Lin to take a look. He Yun-ting said, I will ask him the results. Lu Anhe. Okay. Speaking of Lin Han, He Yun-ting couldn't help but remember that he had asked him to look up something about 3 years ago in his study. Obviously, he knew immediately after remembering that date that he should have been routinely checking the shooting training of the paramilitaries at that time, but after Lin Han gave himself a negative answer, He Yun-ting recalled it carefully and found that he could only remember the details of the morning. Even if he knew that the afternoon was a shooting training session, he should have a vivid memory of which training range he was at, who he eliminated, and whether he made any mistakes, just like the morning. But no. There was only a general outline in his mind, as if a voice was saying he had done something, like a compulsion. In order to keep himself from looking deeper. Because he now looked deeper, also could not recall even a hint. It was as if that afternoon had been dug out of his mind, with no trace of it at all, leaving only an empty shell with a false impression. So the 3 years after that would be missing. Or before, Hyun-ting understood that directly asking Lu Anhei about that afternoon the other must not say it explicitly, but he was not a person who could beat around the bush, simply bring it up again. About what you said. The day Shi Yuan went to the academic lecture, besides him and his own teacher, was there anyone else who went? This. Lu Anhei was stunned for a moment, because Professor Shu's level of learning is very high, and is a public lecture. Mobility. The presence of many students of life sciences, of course. There are also some community members. Those students are okay, even if their majors are different, they can check their identity information with their ID cards, but those who come and go, it's really hard to find. Okay, Hyun-ting nodded to the point and did not look deeper. Boss, Lu Anhei took the initiative to say, what's wrong? Nothing, Hyun-ting said straightforwardly. Is there a possibility that after experiencing something, one's memory will be significantly deviated? Lu Anhei didn't pick up so smoothly this time,